走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright, folks, another interrupted end of stream yesterday. The internet situation here loves doing that lately. There was an autosave, was there? I thought we did a manual save first. Okay, we did a manual save, then 3 months in was the autosave. And then, very quickly, the Comcast decided to go kaput. Which is tragic. I did everything that I could to try to troubleshoot it. Unplug, replug in the things that can be unplugged, replugged. Hey, new art. Even went so far as to finagle around with my Wi-Fi adapter. But can't be helped. Some days the stream environment is simply like, or the Wi-Fi environment is simply like that. I might paint a picture to demonstrate the comparison between the Wi-Fi environment in the apartment and the Wi-Fi environment here. Though, if I occupied a different room, which is basically right behind the router, that would make things a whole lot easier. But not a freedom that I got, not my choice. Though speaking of which, still no emails back from the apartment. I stand corrected. As of an hour ago, fire unit update. I hope you're doing well and you've been able to find new housing to meet your needs. That's not a good way to start. Inquiring about the status of each of your units with regards to the removal of all your personal items. Need to access each unit next week to start review for the repairs. Okay, so we'll probably be able to move back in by summer then. If you have items damaged by the water fire and you do not want them, they can be left in the unit. Contractors dispose of the items, no cost to you. Need from you an email stating what you have left. I'd please list in the units, and that we have your permission to dispose of the items. Please do not place these items in the trash area or outside the trash area, as this is not acceptable to the city and the trash company will not remove. Please let me know if you have stored items in your garages and plan to return when the units are complete. I haven't heard anything otherwise, but yeah, that's how it took all those nights and days to move things into the garages. If you have found alternative housing but want to come back when the units have been completed, please let me know and I'll keep you updated on the progress of your units. Once you've completely vacated the unit and garage and do not intend to come back, please let me know. I'll submit your deposit for refund. and garage, they said. I'm just thinking that when Mind was a property management company that we signed up with before these guys acquired the units, $5,000 deposit is insane. That is so much more than first and last month. Our endless rebels. Okay. Dionyso. We just see more assimilation going on. I was reading around, and apparently other people are suffering the assimilation being really, really, really nerfed now. Oh, we're all the way back here. I thought we finished this one. Okay. I guess I got the order of operations wrong. We did a save before completing this Moroccan revolt. And then let the next rebel fire. The next rebel that fired was this one. And then the one that fired after this was a civil war. A civil war at this size was just San Vicente de la Barquera, and that was it. So yeah, even though we're in the age of revolutions now, there's not a lot I can do. I can't attack outwards, because I got a revolt at over 95% progress. And so I cannot join other people's wars, so I can't defend Hungary. I can't attack outwards myself. Because when I finish this, there'll be that, and then 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 that. And every other one will rise so quickly. 1.1, 1.2. I'm surprised I see zeros in a 0.18. But the good news is that because we got all these constant rebels at the first of every month, that means my actual overseas colonies don't have any opportunity to actually revolt against me on their own. Every so often if I finish a revolt on the first of the month, then from the 1st to the 30th or 31st, you have all of my colonies that end up joining independence movements. And then they all end up leaving the independence movement. Because apparently they're too disloyal for scutage. And they will not help our wars. But because I enter a war, they're considered helping out anyway. And so they all leave their independence movement just to sit around together, have some tobacco, have some cocoa, have some coffee, watching my world burn. There's certainly a lot of stuttering right now. I think the game just has to wake up a little. They still have the da-da-da. We still have universities building. My cultural setup is the same as how I left it, right? Catalan is now an accepted culture. Medians accepted, but I want to get rid of that. Sicilians accepted, want to get rid of that. It only costs 3 to remove. 4 to remove. I could afford it. Lower Egyptian is not tolerated yet, but it costs too much to tolerate. Accepted is good though. Also, so much prestige. If we change our view of their culture, will that make them like us more? We could try to make the Mamluks friendlier towards Neapolitans. Ask to improve cultural opinion. We need 50 favors, and they hate me too much anyway. Lower Egyptian culture, change their view of Neapolitan to positive. Well, could I make the Castilians like me? They hate me. So I feel like if you get a lot of favor early on, it wouldn't be a bad thing to ask to improve cultural relations with some of the major guys if you're going to invade into their area, Mel Brooks. No. Okay. We'll wait till November 1st. There, November 1st. Salvation. Okay. Just take all this land back. 66 remain. Revoking their cores doesn't matter too much because these aren't areas that I have an accepted culture in. But I'll do it anyway. And then take as much cash as I can from them. Now, I did build all of my barracks and regimental camps here, right? I did. Let's build some more. Because now that Catalan is accepted, we can start drawing manpower from them. Zella for real? There. That'll be fine for now. Now, we don't know for sure that the next revolt is going to be a civil war of San Vicente de la Baquera and San Vicente de la Baquera alone, but it's probably going to be. Banton joins independence movement. Havana joins independence movement. Roanoke and Ogon and Akastak. Ogon. Civil War. And the movement dissolved, didn't it? Yeah, there's no more international organizations of an independence movement from me. $863 to fully reinforce regulars. I could start building up manpower again. And because it's a civil war, other people have the option of helping me out. Now there was a castle there, wasn't there? What level did I put? Level... A star fort. We got plenty of food. And the longer this civil war goes on, the more delay for all these rebels at 100%. Imagine how disastrous it would be. If it was like Imperator Rome and I could have every single revolt fire at once. There was some sheer brutality back then. Oh man, minus 35,000? Wait, independence movement grows. Oh, they didn't leave for this one? They didn't leave for this one. They've actually got a little bit of power. Christiana Pietas. We could call it crusade though. So, maybe we can do an external war by way of doing a crusade. Christiana Pietas. For tolerance of heathens. It'll put us in the positive. Piedmontese Patriots. Minor Rebel Uprising. Alpine Patriots, Minor Rebel Uprising. The nobility insurgents are acting as a minor rebel uprising too. A minor rebel uprising basically everywhere. Nobles everywhere giving us minus 20 prosperity per month. Minus 0.5 monthly control for 10 years in all these locations. Oh, look at that. Only 0.95, only 0.8. Reformation of the Navy, more Navy tradition. Or societal value towards naval. We'll get more naval. Improve my maritime presence. Proximity costs with maritime presence better. Ships are not repairing. Genoa market is lacking in salt. Huh. Well, they should have salt RGOs here, don't they? $22, let's max you out. Too little salt to repair at all. General market is basically all here. Honey. You know, I was trying to look up information on honey, but couldn't find any. And when I tried to like look at Google Maps and zoom in on Sicily, correct area, but couldn't find it all. So why don't I... Let's see. Try and get it so I could pull up my browser on top of it and search. Honey. I Googled it and I get Corleone. Honey is Corleone? Corleone, Sicilian Honey, or Culiuni, from Aragonese Coriglione, or Conilon, from Norman Coraglione, from Latin Coriglione. Oh, really? It was Corleone this entire time. Heart of the Lions. Honey. Small town in Sicily, home of an infamous mafia family. Derived terms Corleonese. Etymology of the name is uncertain, undergoing various modifications of the ancient Greek Corolone to the Siculo-Arabic Corleone of the Emirate of Sicily, from Latin Corillonium, Norman Coraglion, Aragonese Conilon, Coniglione, Sicilian Honey originated. Modern name Corleone from 1556. Huh. Well, the more you know. Who's salt? Salt would be laborers, right? Salt collector. Corsica be renowned for its salts. Assimilation of San Pietro is at 72%. We want to make the Italian peninsula more Neapolitan. We want to make North Africa more Tunisian. Want to make Spain more Catalan. Slavery laws and government reform coming up. Slavery laws finished July of this year. Very cool. How's my anti-me faction going? Where's that anti-me faction? International organization shows Catholic Church, Italian Union, but not the anti-me faction. Have to click on them and get it their ways. They're still weaker than me. All of my guys combined, that's 14, right? How many have I got? Subject-wise. Plus 10, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 4 subjects haven't joined so far. Most of them have. Still getting no repairs though. Honey Market this time. This guy's not repairing. Huh. Cunny is easy. It's basically all of Sicily and a little bit of Calabria is in Cunny. You know, I'm building all these now, but they're going to have to take time to get the laborers or promote the laborers. Which control is great for. We got great control over in Sicily. Proximity is looking very dull for this late in the game, isn't it? These guys gotta join the road network. Like, damn you. And that's divorce because little San Vicente is blocking it out. And we just had our Senato, didn't we? Yeah, 2 years ago. We got a while to go yet. Hungary is mobilizing for this civil war, but they don't gotta worry so hard about it. "300 defenders of the Star Fort." At least it goes to show the Star Fort is doing pretty well. 900 to fully reinforce. Let's send... I was gonna send the boat over. And then just march these guys down. Slavery laws. Let's make it official. Either slave trade allowed to no benefit other than slave trade is allowed, or ban it. No more exports, no more imports, and completely blocking it. Slave trade and slavery, henceforth prohibited throughout our nation. Signed this day, the 2nd of July, 1743. Surprised BF's not around. He has a day off today. Maybe he doesn't want to listen to me do stream while he tries to play his games. Okay, bitrate's still stable. Got a triple check as of yesterday. Maghreb al Aswat is up to 34%. Independence movement disbanded. Not because of greater subject loyalty, because they're fighting a war together. So, for once, the constant revolts we have down in here is finally to my benefit. So rebellions will make us fight together, and so the civil war or the revolt disbands, the independence movement disbands. But civil wars don't have that luxury. I guess because I'm fighting with myself and an outside power. They're not defending me from anybody else. Which means as long as this goes on, then maybe nobody else will be able to fire too. What? Oh, my bad. There, that's the button I meant. Embark army. And when you embark army game, select the boat. This isn't brand new. Tunis Market is now short on salt. This is so bizarre. I don't think it's the salt that's a problem. I think that people just aren't using their salt facilities. So either people aren't being hired for the salt facilities, or we just have a lack of laborers being peeled away. We do have maximum people on salt right now. Demand is grossly outpacing supply. Okay. Was there a hotfix overnight that recalculated some of the demands? Because this is a lot more salt that I'm losing than we had prior. I don't see any new updates, so this should be 1.1.0. Same open beta. I don't think a hotfix has come out yet. So maybe I just lost a whole lot of laborers to someplace else. Lumber, fruit, where's my salt? Am I just completely blind here? Salt collector. Maltese rock salts. Okay. And then let's go ahead. We'll subsidize all the fruit orchards. Subsidize all the salt collectors. Maybe what's going on is because of the manufactories and the mills. We don't have a lot of manufactories and mills, but we have plenty concentrated in a few areas. And instead of artisanal goods using burgers, or craftsmen using burgers, it's primarily laborers. Laborers for cheap mass labor. Assembly line stuff, mechanical stuff. Yeah, October 1st and no revolt popped up, so as long as this exists, we're fine. So I'm thinking... maybe we should pick a target for Crusade, and then take on the Egyptians again. What would I want to take from the Egyptians? We could try to take a bit more, we could try to take Palestine, or we could try to take Sinai and the Red Sea. Try to get a Red Sea port going here. maybe what I'll do is take South Egypt, further down the Nile, and then up the Red Sea coast here. And I think that would be a good Egyptian prize. So why don't we do that? We could stick 106,000 to take care of Tunis, and this big stack will do everything they can in Egypt. That seems like a kind of fair fight to me. Plus, this will be a rare opportunity to do an offensive war. But I do want to expand my manpower first. First and foremost, we gotta get manpower up. At least to 100,000. Ogan Noble Civil War. This one we can involve in because we got guys here. We got our expeditionary forces. Or boats for the expeditionary forces are too small to carry everybody. %78%. This is an easy one. Integration of Upper Egypt is almost finished, 99.71. Diplomatic hegemon. Great Wu still exists, it's just one of their rivals then. Guangzhou has a bit over there. No, there's just over here too. There's just Guangzhou, then there's Guangzhou Empire. That is that flag, I think. Mongolian Tengri. The best Chinese empires have been Mongolian in origin, haven't they? So this could be a good thing for them before they synthesize. Great Wu. Yangzhou culture. So a southern Chinese folk. Sanjiao religion, part of Buddhism group. The three teachings. The combined blend of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. If we do a crusade for Egypt and they call Tunis in, then we could end up grabbing more land there too. I feel like what I would want is more of the coast over here. Sahel, Kairouan, maybe Kabisa. Upper Egypt includes all this to the west. I don't know, wow. When I think of Upper Egypt, I think of Upper Egypt along the Nile, so definitely all of this bit. But I'm not from Misr. Maybe this is considered Upper Egypt too down here? How's my spread of institutions? Industrialization is spreading through. Only 13.96 exposed though. But there's more industrialization in us than anybody else. Mains might have it because they're tiny. And by having it like fully embraced. Thessaly also. Spain is in complete destitution education-wise. They got enlightenment at least. We've given the light of enlightenment to Spain. Though it very quickly went through England and France and Bohemia too. Sweden. So enlightenment took to Europe like wildfire. Except in Spain. Spain lagging behind in everything now. Levy en masse does have a presence. It's hit our capital. And it is spreading pretty good throughout southern Italy. Bohemia has some spread going there too. Maybe we'll get the levy en masse and upgrade our armies before we take on the Egyptians again. But we'll keep Gaius stationed for the eventuality. Oh yeah, possible cabinet action. We integrated one place. And this guy is only military. All he can do is rah rah rah. Expel, integrate, convert, crack down on rebels, settle tribesmen, soldiers as workforce for construction speed, stabilize the country, strengthen the government. $98.88 for Languedoc. And almost back up to maximum legitimacy. Minting, my inflation is almost down, which means I should start raising it back up again. Cabinet member, Tolan Ritchie died. Since we were rocking like 12% inflation and not suffering too bad, I don't need the inflation speed, or the speed of inflation decreasing, to be too big. 4.4 is okay if I can make some more money. We'll drop by 0.01 a month and just get more cash out. Sword and diplomacy, Michelle. Now they're not ancient. Let me see if there's any characters, any femfolk with decent stats to waste my legitimacy on. 72, 78 at 42. Katerina Angio's already in. So now, there's not too many. Katerina Angio again. Angio again. Okay. And then we'll just put Michel Piazza, I think. Decent marshal for integrating Languedoc, but then also pretty damn good diplomacy if I want to put him elsewhere. Maybe after Languedoc, I'll put him on assimilation duty. Mercenaries flocking to standard for 10. For 10 what? 10 days? 10... Oh, there it is, the years. The years was, it wasn't showing up the first time round. Tunis missing 1.96 salt. We're building plenty. It's gonna take a while for them to build. Wait, I got a 4th army here? 80,000, 100,000, 127,000. Huh, I got a 3rd army there. Family secret. The first time the Eiffel brushed it off. When it happened a second and third time, one does begin to wonder, why are people laughing when they think no one can hear them? After some investigation, an answer is finally obtained from a chambermaid. It appears that Crown Princess Margarita has been running around town in a most unchristian fashion. The royal family is now becoming a laughingstock of Europe. Scolder, lose prestige, lose 5 legitimacy. The difference between 97 and 92 wasn't a big one. Okay, Egypt, where could I see what institutions you have right now? Country. You don't have any of the modern institutions, which means that militaristically you're on the same level. August of this year. We get separation of powers and an extra government reform. An extra government reform. Let's do some shopping now. What's this button? Higher courtier? Nah. Legitimacy. So, peasant land inheritance. I like. Tax efficiency and free subjects. Fixed vassal obligations. 15 subject loyalty. Is doing a whole lot of good for me now. I think it'd do a whole lot better if I had a diversity of subject types. Some feudal subjects, some vassals, and some colonies. Because right now they're all calculating together. And they... Okay, I don't see their independence movement anymore since we're in helping out some other war. And they're helping me help them. But they think they can overpower me. They can't, but they think. So fixed vassal obligation is doing me a whole lot of nothing right now. Exchange of ideas is excellent, innovative, institution growth is there, but monthly research progress is always good. Administration of shipyards, extra naval governor, proximity through port, and naval progress is always great. Every coastal urban location gets more harbor capacity. Harbor administration, progress towards naval. Every coastal location, urban or rural, more development growth per month, more proximity speed through port, and now, as of this update, an extra naval governor. National assemblies, cheaper change policy cost, less parliament support needed. Boost to innovative and free subjects is excellent, and also I just like the idea of having national assemblies. I like being a more democratic autocracy. And royal decree. Estates. Decay less. Centralized absolute saint. And crown power boost. So what else should we go for? Religious tolerance, now that we're this somewhat cosmopolitan world of Catholics and Sunnis. Heretics and heathens get a 1-1. Which means this will be a minus 0.2. This could be a +2. We currently have the Papal Bull that allows more tolerance for heathens. Christiana Pietas gives a +2. So we could become more tolerant. We have enough humanists. Restricted unions to prevent further strikes. You heard it here first, folks. Anti-union means serfdom. And I fully agree. We could go back to Admiralty regime. Military regime is new, for me at least. General staff election. The new ruler is elected from the leading generals, so it's basically the land version of Admiralty regime. Army maintenance cheaper, naval tradition and land. So it is just basically the opposite counterpart to Admiralty. But this is funny. You see the special border on Admiralty. This is considered a major reform. You can only have one major reform at a time. Military regime is not a major reform. You could do military regime and Admiralty. You could do military regime. I don't see any other major reforms available to me. Okay, so I guess there isn't any. I feel like that's a mistake. They have to make military regime a major reform. Because major reform has two major functions then. It is such a big deal that it's a defining quality of your country more so than any other. But also, it prevents mutually exclusive things, because you could do both military regime and Admiralty, which should be in conflict. Welcome back. What's up? Kinda, sorta. For a while I did have Admiralty regime for my country, which means that I have to have admirals be my ruler. But mostly I have that stacked with other government reforms to boost out my naval value. And I prefer a more stable succession, since sometimes if I had an admiral that hadn't ruled the seas in years, in decades, but they weren't of my family, and I didn't want him to inherit, he'd be a risk if the stats were too good. Yeah. We started this rule with the Angios of Naples. We're gonna end it with the Angios. Oh, sorry, they both look white to me. Yeah. You can walk over and get your own socks. No, look, see, we got plenty of room behind me. Agriculture's good. What? Turn my camera off? Why? You got your clothes on. Okay, he wants me to turn my camera off. There. And then turn it back on him. Public welfare, a state satisfaction equilibrium 2.5, and progress towards communalism if we embrace public welfare as a defining quality of the country. I like that. It's a small bonus, but you do want to stack those small state satisfaction equilibriums because there's not too many giant boosters, but there's many of small boosters. Okay, camera's going back on, Mace. And I do like using the power of the state and its great wealth to take care of our less fortunate. The poor suffer most in times of trouble. Some small donations will help ease their misery, dash, and hopefully ensure that the mob will not pick up their torches and pitchforks. Religious laws enforced, more conversion, traditional spiritualist, mandatory bureaucrat education, compulsory for those who are to govern or otherwise work with the legal system for more literacy, and innovative, counter-espionage, Enlightened aristocracy. Kind of contradictory there. Humanist and aristocracy boost combine. Cheaper cost of court and more literate nobles. Encourage education and high literary standards among the aristocracy. To ensure the leaders of the nation closely follow our humanist ideals. What if I increase the education for everybody? Transportation code just makes things cheaper. Culture capacity 1 and humanist for cultural recognition. Licensing of the press, legitimacy and traditionalist, diplomatic traditions, conciliatory, trade offices, local arm organization, plutocratic ethos we got rid of, garrison system, colonial expansion, mercenary registration, multilingual diplomats, asymmetrical warfare, administrative clerical lands, humanitarian administration, 20% culture capacity. 20%. If I got a culture capacity of 4 point something, then that probably equates out to like a 0.8 culture capacity increase. Whereas up here, where was it? Culture capacity is a solid +1 for cultural recognition. Subject opinion but not loyalty. Infantry, quantity, autonomous estates for doubling estate power, 20% parliament-based support, which basically at this point means getting one thing for free regardless. Naval tradition, tax efficiency, cultural tradition and inward. Government records meticulously maintained for administrative efficiency, accurate documentation. Accurate documentation is not a defining point for Italians yet. Max literacy and individualism. Heavy ship maintenance cheaper. Quality, nah. Nautical education. Literacy for soldiers up. And belligerent. That requires 50 naval. Autocracy. Feudal nobility, nah. 5 loyalty of subjects only. Literacy of nobles. Noble power, tax efficiency, privy council. Okay. So what about these other types that we don't have access to? Folk religion for patrimonialism. Religious adherence and force requires spiritualist. Bank ledger system. We don't have capital economy 50. So we're not meticulously recording financial transactions and state expenditures. Mining communities, universal serfdom, no thank you. Statute of monopolies requires 50 mercantilism. State-backed merchant fleets, mercantilism and naval, cheaper light fleets, outwards, calculated delays conciliatory, inward bonus, punishment of heresy, less tolerant heretics but more conversion speed, military allotment is quantity, more soldiers per 1,000 pops, less peasant tax I like because I want a more progressive, not progressive tax. Oh, thank you. Capital economy, weapon output, provincial taxation system, less crown power for maximum tax. Requires decentralization, not gonna happen. Speed of integration to communalism, or absolute and belligerent. Newly conquered territories gradually assimilated to avoid resistance. Now they tell me. Centralization of power. Absolutism and centralization. Gives more crown power, centralization and absolutism. Feels redundant at that point. This is already a centralized power state, just with the parliament and other legislative rabbling for the people to feel like they have power. Quantity and belligerence, sailors and manpower and communalism. Assault ability, belligerent, requires offensive. State-sponsored markets, mercantilism. So when we get our +1, I don't care too much about these down here, I guess. Naval Training Program for Leadership at Sea. Maybe I'll take cultural recognition. 1 whole culture capacity and humanist. Enlightened aristocracy is still assuming that the nobles are going to be the leaders of the country in the future. Bureaucrat, education, more literacy for all. Public welfare. I think we'll go public welfare. More communalism, more happy estates, and I simply want to do better for the people. For our common people. We got 10,000 now. Monthly manpower is inching ahead of maintenance. Let's see. Buildings could be upgraded. Sheep farms, lumber mills, fruit orchards, star fort, lumber mills, star forts, grand shipyards, sand pits, fruit orchards, regimental camps. So, we're definitely missing a lot of soldiers, some laborers, a few burghers, and a whole lot of stuff. Basically, everything is competing. Missing employees. These are all RGOs, so they're all laborers. Fish is missing. No promotion for iron. Gibraltar is missing potatoes. Let me see something. So, we got 68% peasants in our country, 22% laborers. So I think the trouble here is that we got enough peasants to promote to everywhere, but they aren't. So, they gotta migrate around, they gotta promote. Maybe there's a bit of migrating around going on. Let's make sure our fishing villages are all subsidized. And our farming villages. Make sure our fruit orchards are all subsidized. Our sheep farms. Always subsidize, at least cover the food. We could also build more Mercury patios. That's also laborers. Any place new we could put them. We've got, this is silver, right? Or was it gold here? I forget. Mercury patios for gold and stuff. I think it was silver here. Could have been gold up here. I know it's gold over here, and that's got its patio. You know what? Let's make more heavy fleets for if we do go against Egypt. More war galleons. This is in red because no employees, right? That'll be 20 heavies over there. $188 really is worthless with frontage consideration. So how should I better arrange my fleets? Maybe I could have multiple fleet of like 5 heavies with 10 galleys. Maybe that will keep frontage good. High Alemannic Patriots. Because my training for Paradox Games is primarily CK2, and in CK2 you could just put everybody in one giant death stack. Your only real consideration is morale. Hey, look at that, Akasak has boxed in Canada. Very excellent, very good. It kind of sucks for the people there. Barely any minority population. Who's over here? Sundanese, Winnicatel, Melee. Maya culture people. Austronesian. So, there's not a lot of locals around anymore. Languedoc finished. We could integrate some more, but it doesn't matter too much. We're already integrating area over here, so we can't do area integration. Or area assimilation. But we could assimilate on a province-by-province basis. So, we got plenty of Neapolitan growth going on in Marittima, in San Pietro in Tuscia. Let's get more Catalan in Castilian areas, or in Aragonese areas at least. $18,000 manpower. How's my migration allowance? That's a modifier, right? Migration speed? Allow nobles, clerics, burghers. Pop migration speed is at 0 right now. Pop migration speed is at minus 15.62 because communalism keeps them more locked in. Allow peasants to migrate, all laborers to migrate. That's at no and no. So it's not then that my laborers are moving around to fill in other jobs, but they might be abandoning their resource acquisition jobs in a given location to go to a more profitable one. Possible government reform +1. So, pop promotion would help in a location by location basis. So we have tons of peasants. Peasants are basically the entire country. Pop promotion speed is practically doubled, 104.75%. Okay, so government reform +1. Food production, monthly prosperity. The .1 is not going to counteract all the minor revolts. We don't have the weekend hotfix yet. It's still Thursday here. So, it's still a -2 per month for 10 years, and some of these are stacking up. Public welfare for estate satisfaction and communalism, I think is the best thing I wanted. We'll do public welfare. Our people have rights, and we're using our wealth to take care of them. Reformed our monarchy, making public welfare a part of what defines it. We're turning into the mystical, legendary, benevolent dictatorship. Equilibrium 61.7, 95.18. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, equilibrium 81.7. Clergy's getting lower. 98.29 for burgers. 86, you guys are dropping? You guys are less happy? But it hasn't been enacted yet. But these guys did get a little tiny number change when I pressed the button, so I think that it did start, and it just says 100% later. We got a few roads going. So how's my proximity look now? There's only a little bit that's been untouched. Ciudad Real to Almaden. There's already a modern road. I guess the proximity's just bad, though it's too far away. Huh. Do we not have our governor here? We have a governor here giving... a governor in Burgos giving plenty of land. Or plenty of proximity there, I mean. But it looks like we have somehow lost our governor in Granada. But it might be worthwhile to put... because we got mountains here, right? And that kind of stymies the proximity. And these coastal areas give plenty of proximity from naval anyway. So it might behoove me to put maybe a governor in Ciudad Real to radiate proximity. Or maybe in Alcaraz, that it could radiate between the mountains here, up this way, up that way, and out here. Because it certainly seems as if I somehow lost my Granadan governor. No buildings available. I can in fact build a local governor, but the trouble is, it can only be built on cities. And Alcaraz is a town right now, isn't it? Could I upgrade it? Separatism in the location. Okay, what would separatism fall under? Would control impact the separatism? Separatism in the location. Then where is your separatism? Oh, that fall under demography? That just says who's who. So when Navarra finishes, what if we put a raise control here, and if that does anything for that? Enter Gravissimus. It'd be nice if you could hover over and see the double tooltip for what it does there. Legislative efficiency, which does less than ever these days. I should go for it. Egypt's military is technologically on par with my military. So now would be a pretty damn good time to go against the Mamluks again. It's probably going to be a major mistake to try, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. The Catholic Church has zero money. Oh no. I've completely ruined my faith. Dare I? But if we do a vote, will I be allowed? I mean, I'm helping out with my vassals when I call any civil wars. I'm sure I can. Crusade International Organization be created. Every Catholic country that joins automatically declared. And because I'm making the vote, I'm pretty sure I get automatically selected as war leader. I'm gonna do it. And because we have all the cardinals in the world, there could be at most 9 votes against me. 9 votes against 18. I'll like to see that pass. So, where's the remaining cardinals? 1 in Poland. Over in Krakow. The Pope has 1 in the remaining papal states here. And France has Paris, Auxerre, Langres, Bourges. Bazaz is right across the border. I could take Bazaz from them. This would look pretty good under Italy, wouldn't it? Up to Les Pares Meadows. October right now, so Sonato's gonna be next year, right? Yeah, 3 years ago. Institution can be embraced, industrialization. And apparently, the more institutions you embrace, the faster your research speed is too. So even if I don't have any desire to research their industrialization stuff yet, or if I got my own advances that I'm going through, it still behooves me to embrace an institution at the earliest possibility. Essentially defined as, can I afford the stability drop? I think in the forums Johan was saying that if it gets him down to 0 stability, then he'll pull the trigger. 0 stability is his threshold for embracing. And this puts me at a bit above 0. 21,000 money as I could afford it. And we're the first major European power to embrace the institution. I'm sure plenty have enlightenment. Nobody's got levy en masse yet. 2.16% of the country. Let me see something. It's available to the Mamluk too, so now be the time. In case they're a much smaller country than we are, so it's a lot easier for them to embrace it than us. Let me see. We made so much effort to make the Lower Egyptians less hostile to us. Are they doing better for us now? Lower Egyptian Patriots, 77.74 plus 0.41. I like this spread of cabinet members. I think that my next cabinet member then, I'll put towards trying to mollify or pacify the Egyptians. $100K should be good to handle Tunisians. So let's send the Sadie on over to Egypt to be back up. Look at how fast that boat's going at speed 6. The shortest distance between two places is a wiggle, 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 wiggle. $27,000. We rule the waves. Our glorious navy is the pride of our nation and the envy of the world. Even the fishes that swim into the sea bear our flag on their tail. Look at that. 70 prestige and still getting a 0.21. This would have been considered impossible before. Let's get these heavies out here. If we're going to be doing war soon. And this is a hodgepodge. We'll ignore that one. $188 boats could easily be destroyed because the frontage is minimal. And it's basically a morale race. I think I'll make this guy my next cabinet member. I just want him to be a whip. Maritime presence. Even in Egyptian lands are looking pretty good. In the Adriatic, we're reigning more supremely. Maghreb al-Aswat is so slow. Al-Kaniz is going much faster. We're spending so many decades of effort to try to turn North Africa more homogeneously Tunisian. I think it would be a good project if I started it earlier on. Call for Crusade's got 17 more days, 16 more days. It's coming up. It's coming up. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Number one great power in the world. I wouldn't have thought it possible. But there we are, Kingdom of Italy, with the great power score of 2564.49. Way overpowering Great Wu. Italy truly is the most phenomenal power in the world now. Neapolitan dominance. And now we have proposed royal marriage from Norway. My granddaughter. I'll decline. Well, let's see. She's 19 years of age. Luigi's eldest. So, if there's another Angio, we'll marry to them. There's no other Angios, though. Filippo di die! Because let's see, your kids. My eldest kids. Wait, what am I looking at? My kids. The grandkids have all ended up Hussite for my heir side. Other daughter, somehow all Hussites. Filippo has Catholics, so it'll probably go down to his line. And they're all girls there. Our marshal reports war. We declared war on the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. Countries on defending... Spain? Spain defending? The Curia called a crusade on Egypt. I expected Tunis. And I suppose Ottomans wouldn't be unexpected because... Well... You know, Sunni supports Sunni. But Spain and everybody else joining in too? That's no good. Who's helping me out with this thing? Invite to crusade. How about... It's just me, it's just me. Will not accept. Will not accept. Kiev might. Not possible. But we'll accept. They would accept, but it's not possible because they're not Catholics. We got these little minor guys around that'll join up. Strasbourg. Luxembourg. Denmark. What little of Denmark remains. Vorperman. Could I invite my people here? Minus 119. Hungary is at war. Do we have favor? We lack favor. We could curry favor and then force them in that way. Poland. We have 0 favors with. Okay. I didn't expect that Spain would also join in here. We'll do this slowly and methodically. We'll try to take the Tunisians out and then hop around to put the bully on Spain too. Ottomans is gonna be annoying. What's Hungary in right now? Galway Burger Civil War, so they're all the way up there. Minus 119. Add war, make it 19. Target opinion, low manpower. They got plenty of soldiers though. It's okay though. We got this. This is the one offensive war we get to have, so we're gonna make the most of it. Level 4 Fort Bastion. Alright. We'll do this slowly and carefully. Primarily lights. Spaniards, we got 7. I wasn't expecting that I would have to fight Spaniards here too. They got actual boats. I got 16 heavies here to go against 17 heavies. I gotta consider the splitness now. Five heavies. Got Ottoman heavies over here. Not heavies. They got some heavies, not a lot. But we own all the sea in the Dardanelles. So, we'll hold them off over here. I might have chosen very poorly here. But if need be... we could always... war reparations. Give them maps. You can take maps. Where's my escape plan? Exemption from sound tolls. And humiliate. Humiliate alone would let them out. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's not over till the fat lady figures out how to sing. Cadiz already. They got 33,000 guys there. We'll come back on over. They got their 41 heavies, their 41 boats. Oh, it's only 8 heavies. 8 heavies only? Oh. Well, their 17 heavies are here. So that's why they have actual resistance. 26 transports. Why do I have 26 transports on this? So, this is 16 heavies against 17 and 20 light ships. We'll try to take these guys on. Not seeing much in terms of the Egyptian fleet yet, so we'll just keep this guy here, not separated. But let's take these transports out. Transports to take up space. Moroccan boats coming up too. 13 heavies to add to the pile. You see what they're doing. And a further 37 heavies. Lights and heavies. Ugh! This has all transports. Oops, all transports. Let's get it out of the way. And there goes the Tunisian Navy. 28 heavies. This guy just slipped on through. Went for more than a day that time. This is too many boats they got coming through here. It's frustrating, but this is the bed I chose. Hunting down my transports. Motherfuckers. Catch these guys before they finish disembarking. Battle of Oran, we somehow won. Though with casualties. The poor bruised fellows here. Where's the refill garrison? Then head on out. I'm such a smart game player. Gulf of Finke lost? Okay. Oh, they fell down. We couldn't stop them. To 46. Well, these guys are topped off now, so let's go join the fight. So that one won. This one lost? Hold on. I'm confused which one I won here. Because that's ongoing. Oh, these little two guys flipped out, so they lost that one. And my... all merchantmen somehow won? I mean, I guess they do have cannons. So they aren't completely worthless, they're just not as hard hitting as a heavy ship. Okay, Mamluks, so if we were to take what I want from you, I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is only 15 total cost apiece. There's no concern about they're gonna split my lands up. And then we'll take the Red Sea coast. Still very slow cost here. 16, all that equates to 1. So the only problem at this phase of the war is that we haven't done enough to... Peruzzi becomes state bank. Vassal to state... Okay, I'm definitely gonna ask for state banks. Force convert to Catholicism. Transfer colonies. Alright, so. The land I want. Plus. Getting some state banks. These bits in the desert don't look too valuable for me. But they're cheap, and so the cost doesn't change any. But what if we were to take the so-called Holy Land? 21... 90 is mostly from Akka. Akka is very valuable. So we could take all there. This is part of Asharat. So we don't need that bit. 61. Though it doesn't make a big difference. But that's more stuff to defend that I don't want to defend. I'll defend up to here. Put a castle here. Make it a star fort. Minus 126. All I gotta do is beat this two-front war. And there's 63 Spaniards going into my Spanish interior. Which way are they going? Mendicelli? Alright. How's my favors of Hungary going? We're up to 8 favors Hungary. Poland? 0 favors still? Okay. We'll just take it slowly. Have these guys follow each other. So in case any one gets jumped, the other could reinforce. 63,000. Spain doesn't have the kind of cash to field large regulars anymore. They do have 36,000 infantry regulars, 14,000 artillery regulars. So who are you? You real or they're all levies? Do I have enough in Spain alone to put a home defense force up over here? $5,000 levies. Barely any. 2,000. 2,000. 1,000. I mean, I guess I could just look at population to see where the highest amount of levies will draw from, and there's definitely not a lot in Spain. Spain is kind of a in a post-apocalyptic situation right now. And I don't want to rely on levies, because levies are my workers and everybody. That's why regulars are so good, or part of why they're so good. We'll pop this guy off, and then we'll send this stack over and knock out those Spaniards. 70,000 here, also all levies. But they're sitting on a castle. That doesn't have a lot of defense on it. A bit late, but fort defense up. Fort maintenance up. Where you guys said they're all galleys? Where'd those hostiles get to? They snuck up here? Let's go help out here after all then. We lost so many boats. They captured 2. Who's this? Italian galleass? Blank coast we won. They kicked my fleet's ass at the Dardanelles. No, they kicked one boat's ass. The fight's still going, right? Nope, they beat us. They actually broke my blockade. Now they're coming this way for more. What's here? Briggs, merchantmen's. Alright. We're about 2 hours of stream now, and I do want to see this poorly thought out war through. So, let me grab myself a BRB quickly first. Maybe not so quickly, because I do want to make some tea here. So I'll put the map about here then, so we could see exactly the extent of this war I've given myself. Italy standing alone against Spain, Morocco, Tunis, Barca, Mamluks and all the rest of their subjects, and the Ottomans. And a few bastards of the Germanies too, who want to work against the crusade. What the heck, men? So, back in a few. Hey, Holy 38, you like this song? Now that I'm back from BRB, I have no idea which song that would have been. But EU5 does have some good music, which is great that Johan & Co. finally acquiesced and allowed us to just have a regular music player. Dynamic was pretty shit. They tried, and now we get regular music to play instead because it just works better that way. And there's 50,000 Turks about to go over the border. Where are they heading? Arrive in Gonin. Gonin? Where's Gonin? Oh. They're teleporting over? Or are they not where they actually are? Because they look like they're in Bursa, and it says they'll arrive in Gonin in 2 days. So, either they could teleport, or the game continues to fail to put units where they actually are. It's most often seen with boats, but armies could have the same problem too sometimes. Okay. There's a bunch of boats over here. Some boats over there. The plan is going to be knock out these guys over here, come on back down, and then we'll go for these guys first, kick their asses, and then come on over here. And that'll be most of Spain's primary offensive force taken out, and then my eastern armies could either play whack-a-mole or continue to try to pull Tunis out of the war by conquering their stuff for a bit. So if I were the other members of the war, we could do an individual peace with after a year. But the thing they care about most is land occupation. And this stuff is pretty fruitful around here. So it's gonna be wealthy. 109 just to try to take Sahel. Wait, no, I'm looking at Egypt as why. Tunisia. Tunis individually. 49 to take Sahel. Execute ruler is 11. That is cheap. Humiliate we don't need so far because 72 and we still get a plus 0.27. That is remarkable. That would have been impossible before. Take maps. Return all Italian slaves. They have Italian slaves to give me. And war reparations. That's 64. I gotta bully Tunis enough for 64. I don't know if I care for 64. So what if we ignore Sahel for now? 16? Just get more money and get my slaves back? We'll try for a little bit more. And with Spain... Spain doesn't have any slaves of ours. War reparations. And then what else did I want? Sevilla would be nice. Cordoba, Toledo. If I can get a road through here, I would have to go against Morocco too. I could try to get all of the Western Mediterranean. Minus 149 because we would split them here. I would have to take these and take these. And that's all the way to 86. So maybe we go for this first. 60. 55. Or should I go more along the coast? $86. It's 86 also because we haven't occupied those places. Once we occupy them, it becomes a whole lot less valuable. To split this in half too. Because 188 is way too much. It makes it very, very slow. Game, don't you crash. $9,000 coming in. Is this all transports? Whose is this anyway? Barca. 2 heavies with 10 transports and then 5 galleys. All heavy ships here. Okay, when are we gonna get this finished? August, September. Lost 11,000 guys there. Okay. Almost 34,000 Egyptians in Gaza. Oh. Very calm music for war. Given the deliberation I'm putting for this, it kind of fits. 21 days from once the AI isn't instantaneous. Send the other side in to help. Filippo Angio. I'll make an admiral of you. You may end up inheriting since all of your grandkids, all of your nieces and nephews are Hussites. We got guys coming up this way. Let's keep them all together. And when do we get to do individual peace out? We're going so slow with this war because it's so spread out as it is. No, it doesn't tell me that I don't have the war score with two, that I don't have the time. It just says we need the war score, so maybe... Could I bump them off already? No, there we go. 1st of May. So, we basically still have a year to go. And they were nice and moved closer to the coast. Isn't that sweet of them? Oh, a bunch of guys trying to drop down over here. They'll probably get there before me, though. So let's send some distraction. It would also help if these guys also had a commander attached. Gaza successful. Sure. I'm going to take the risk of sending this group out over here to break off this stack. If these guys land, they have landed. Take them out, and then deal with the 50k. Which is half of the Ottomans. I got caught again. Speaking of getting caught. Not to port, you dolt. Just to hear, dummies. Oh, that is to hear? And more coming in. They got some more distractors coming up, just to keep my boats from falling in. And we just managed to land. Ebro Delta. Egyptians won at the Dardanelles again. Okay. Let's go shake these guys out. Barcelona will liberate. Tunisians over here, Tunisians over there. We'll kick their ass in a second. Though we do have these creeps over here now. Swabia and Maine's ruffians. Way up in the Alps. 9 favors? 1 favor? Okay, couple months to go and we can get Hungary in. Corridor, Egypt, they're going to. Alright. Koja Idat Kalapasi. This is all heavies. That's 5 heavies. We'll liberate this one first. It's more out of the way, so these heavies shouldn't catch us. Just in case, let's put a fact save. We're still kicking their asses, so if we just give some sound toll exemptions and some humiliation, we should be able to get out of here easily. Easy peasy. Then back to Tunisian considerations. All my boats there are going to get caught real quick though. These guys still coming down the slow way. Okay, August, Hungary. 10 favors Hungary finally. Favors to call into war. Oh. Hungarians will definitely help out with the more Central European annoyances. They got 39,000 guys in Ireland right now. But that's not the bulk of their army. Where's the rest of them? I know you got more armies than that. 46,000 over here. Okay, let's go here first. Smack some Tunisians around again. They're gonna want to catch me, so here we go. Alright. A whole bunch of heavy boats gonna come in to the rescue. Let's just keep the morale topped off. The home front's looking good so far still. The west isn't looking too bad. We're not doing too much occupations though, playing whack-a-mole like this. A little bit hungry over here. Okay, just go down to repair. $400 more guys. I might have to abandon this, but I don't want to. Cultural influence and literacy. Okay. We go here first. We should be able to make it before 4 days, so maybe not. Okay, there's more Hungarians popped up. A lot more Hungarians. And so that's going to be my Alpine defense. We've already got 31,000 heading up the mountains. This is going to be a big fight over here. We go to Oran, because these guys are a bit more spread out from them. Gonna be another major fight, though. It's gonna be all of everyone, looks like. What if we put everybody here instead, then? We'll crawl our way over. $30 people down. We're gonna make this slower going with these ships all putting pressure down here. Dia Gratia Rex. Everybody loves a king better, right? Estate satisfaction. They're going to Gaza. This is gonna turn anyway, since this is provincial capital. So as soon as these guys are gone, I'll flip right back over. Here's my Hungarians. Hungarians already helping out of the mountains, though the morale looks grim. Defensive bonus on my mountain isn't helping out for them. That is my mountain, isn't it? No. They took the fight to their own land. They got kited out. But that's okay, there's 42,000 more Hungarians over here. Tablet's being a bit dumb. Tablet was being dumb, so I could move over, tap a thing on the screen, move my hand back, and dip my sleeve in my tea. Guess who's gonna have to do laundry after movie tonight? Battle Gaza 1, Battle Tenez 1. 60,000 here. I mean, I got all these boats. Feasibly, wouldn't they win? $63,000. Transports 22, heavies 5. It's a lot of galleons, so we might be able to take them all. Prisoners, hunters, hussars, and wagon trains, execute them. More heavies up here. It's suggesting a win. Stronger navy, better quality. 36 galleys to 36 galleys. And then 27 lights, 24 heavies. And 144 transports. I mean, it still might work. We'll put him down for now. I just wanted to see the measure of it. There's still boats here to worry about after all. We'll retake the Dardanelles and maybe then put boats back on over to the Western Mediterranean. We got 70 boats, 51 heavies. Slowly eradicating their people. Where's my transports? Oh, there they are. Because I do especially want to take these guys out. 91,000 infantry. This is basically their full force here. Torn. I want to keep things safe here. Let's put these guys back over here for now. Replenish a little bit. A lot more guys to go. 60 guys to go. And that's still ongoing. Poland, are you ready to help out? 3 favors only. We do have 46,000, so... If I needed to, we could make Johann happier and actually use mercenaries. We got loads of cash. Still missing a whole lot of peeps for places. Buildings missing, lumber mill, sheep farms, grand shipyards. Okay. Unruly colonies. With the ideas of the Enlightenment spreading like wildfire all over the world, we received unsettling news from our colonial possessions. They seem to be discussing disturbing ideas such as representation and self-determination. I mean, nobody tell Johan, but my Italy is already an extremely liberal Italy with plenty of parliamentary representation at assemblies and so on. So we've already got representation and self-determination. Where we're not sure where these ideas sprung from, Daddy, we learned it from you! As we've always acted in their best interest, it seems likely that this will not be easy to ignore. We should anticipate significantly more trouble in dealing with our colonial possessions in the future. We can only pity those people rejecting our rule. Minus 2.5 stability. It's possible for a colonial subject to form an international organization of like-minded colonies, trying to pressure their overlord into rescinding control over them or achieving independence directly. Yeah, we've already got independence organizations. You're late to the program, unruly colonies, but this does make a situation. So what's the end requirements? The situation does not have an end date. If we grant representation in their own administration, what does it do though? It doesn't say what it does. Rebellion support. Give support to one of the colonial subjects of another country to nudge them towards rebellion. We could play proxy war. Aid colonial war efforts. Aid our colonial subjects with a quarter of our yearly manpower to reduce liberty desire. Goods Act. Establishing a new act on goods or transactions. Siphon more money from the colonies if I want to squeeze them dry and then get rid of them. Take 6 months of income from one of our colonial nations, increasing the liberty desire. See, this says what it does, this says what it does, this is what it does. But this doesn't. Just says allows our colonial subjects some representation. EU5, grant representation. Where to find colonial representation laws. It's not the tech tree, it's not for the overlord. Your colonies have that law by default. You can only change it in Age of Revolutions. It'll be a situation. But what does it do? Does it just give them access to more laws? Colonial representation, anybody figure out how to get that law? Tooltip is pretty useless. Age of Revolutions, colonial revolution situation allows you to grant parliaments to colonies. Is that it? And when you give them representation, they rebel anyway. The whole thing is pointless. Thank you, Steam Discussion Forum, from November 7, 2025. And then YouTube videos, knowing this EU5 estate meta will make you a pro! November 10, 2025, so immediately obsolete. My Europa Universalis 5 tips you need before playing! November 5, 2025, obsolete as of the first patches. Estate laws, Europa Universalis? Okay, maybe if I just look up the situation in the wiki. Colonial Revolution. Situations. Colonial Revolution. Colonial Revolution can start after any colonial nation subject meets the following requirement. Disloyal, embrace Enlightenment, overlord capital on the continent, colonial representation law is set to no representation policy. The situation will affect every country with a settled, army-based, or navy-based country type, Various events could take place for the situation for both colonial nation subjects and their overlords. Unlike other situations, the colonial revolution situation will never end. When the situation starts, every colonial nation subject gains 5 prestige. Every overlord of a colonial nation will lose minus 2.5 stability. If the societal value of an overlord of a colonial nation are fully set to liberalism, there is a 0.1% chance each month for the country to be offered to release one of their colonial nation subjects, create an alliance with it, and gain 12 stability. Refusing will give minus 12 stability and shift societal value from 100 to 50 towards liberalism. So basically subtracts 50. So give representation to colonial subjects. To changes colonial representation law to representation in parliament policy. Is that basically it? Just changes colonial representation law to representation at the cost of my prestige and government power. That's it. Well, what's my liberalism like so far? $64. I don't know why it's so low. I thought it was higher last year. Also, it is Senato time. Lost 5 heavy boats lost. Damn. They were too slow to get up there. And then 29 more boats. Liberation is finished, but wouldn't tell me that. That's a lot of boats they got all over the place here. Okay, 9th of October. Gotta go all the way through there, huh? We'll just go here first. And now they're moving around. They know that I'm coming. Okay. Things are looking much cleaner here. We could then go down and occupy a few more Tunisian areas to try to force them out. How am I looking on war score against Tunis? Currently have 8 versus Tunis. Oh no, nobody's down there. We could head down there for now. What level 4 did I put here in Asyut? Level 4 Bastion? I don't gotta do that directly then. Let's just head to Jaffa for now. They'll stop by here first. We'll keep with my objective. So it looks like we might actually lose this one morale alone. It's getting kind of tight there. We got all the good boats. Okay, what's not can we do? Balance the budget. The minus 2%, or the minus 0.4% monthly inflation, and then minus 2.5 inflation at the end. We gotta get it. Balance the budget. The phenomenal balance the budget. Burger Mansion complaints. Okay. And then we have inward and outward. 61 outward already. Lose 5 prestige to get inward. So get additional taxes first. That'll put me at 60. So what currently is providing too much outward? Because now we're only at 0.1 outwards. If we flip it to inward, then we can start draining outward now. Fleet in being. Fixed vassal obligations. Fixed vassal obligation is kind of pointless because, again, everybody's revolting anyway. That extra 15 loyalty or whatever. Not even feeling it. What's this? Low maintenance. Are you sure it's kind of maxed out? Tablet, why aren't you charging? Here, let me fix this thing I got going over here first. It might not be easy to see, but basically, this charger over here is not supposed to be split open at the end here. I don't know if it's from toasty teething on it or just a magnet exploding out. But basically what I gotta do is just pinch down on this to make it connect well enough to keep on charging. And so what I've been doing for that is tape. Just regular tape. Wrapped tightly around. To keep pressure. Keep it tight. And thus allow my tablet to actually charge. I put too much of a density of tape the last time, and I was kind of pushing the connectors out of the socket. Now it's charging perfectly. So, fleet in whatever, was it? That was a naval law thing. Fleet in being naval doctrine. Minus 10% maintenance and an outward focus. Naval influence felt without the expense of our fleet leaving port, unless under favorable conditions. Galley power and free subjects, maritime advantage, trade range and free trade. Ship boarding. prize law. With established prize law and a generous letter of marque. Nurture a custom of sieging enemy ships intact. Yeah, sure. Let's do galley power and free subjects, free oarsmen. Reject the nation of forcing... Reject the nation? Let's say notion. Reject the notion of forcing slaves and condemned men to our galleries. Free men, resilient in the face of adversary, and resistant to deflection. Be the muscle of our navy. Okay. Or merchant navy. Prime directive is to serve financial interests of the state. Sure. Maybe that might give some calculation. Market village building. And there's my 50. Okay. So, value now is stalemate. Grows no more towards outward. One solitary war galleon. Where's my fleet then? We're over here right now. Slowly working our way on over. Just gotta weasel around. Oh, and since we do have minted to the moon, and we still lose minus 0.04 a month. And because we do have better taxes, we'll tax the nobles up into the 50 point. Burghers can get lots and lots of tax. And they're at minus 49% equilibrium, so it doesn't matter how much I tax them. 6,800 to 8,000. So taxing the commoners does give a whole lot. But I don't want the commoners' hate, and I want to take care of my commoners. So I'm not going to go any further than 45. That's my line of the sand. The Hungarians are joining. They finally made it over. And then after we fight over here, let's take a castle. Or we go here first, then take a castle. Now that things are more cleaned up. Hmm. 3% war score. We got this. For people of Lune-Sainte-Foy suffering under the tyrannical rule of France, we lose 5 legitimacy and 127,000 money. No. Why would I... No. This is part of the situation. It's a colonial revolution. I'm not gonna pay that much for him. Putting 1% here. Get morale topped off. And then relief. Numbers getting lower for my liking. November now, we have until May. May to start pulling people out one by one by one. Tunis will be first and we'll turn around for Spain. Morocco I don't really care about. At most they're providing boats. They got boats more than anything else for me. Spain, I might want to take their capital. Otto. We don't have any direct... Well, I got some war script, we're gonna fight them. 101,000. That gets 126,000. Oh boy. We slaughtered them though. Where am I going? Oh, they're still alive. We didn't kill them after all. That's not much of a retreat. Well, there's my legitimacy, so cost of court is now nothing. Tax them as much as I can for a few months. They'll drop down to 50 and then keep them at 50. Would you look at that? I've finally done it. I'm finally making nobles pay their fair share. 56% noble tax. 54% burgher tax. And only 45.64% for commoners. Game, hold on. Don't you go crashing on me. So -4, -1, +7 is basically a +2 then. And they're still going. They got the retreat flag, but they're not actually going to retreat. Where they're heading to? Kanakale? It's probably going to be another real fight. Tinnis changes stance to debate. Minus 5% Senato support. Okay, I kind of expected there was a risk of it. I guess we'll support outwards after all then. My burghers and nobles alike are so unhappy. So you call that a retreat? If I get my ass kicked that hard, I'm bouncing all the way back home. I don't get you just bounce to the next siege over. Hunters, musketeers, and their wagon train. Delete them. Gandia. I wasn't even paying attention to Gandia. Okay, once that finishes, we'll send these guys on over to relieve here next, while it's still my territory. Have all these guys follow over. Admiral 28th Navy. Sheriff. They've only got 1,000 people. They've only got 600 people. Get morale a bit higher up. Give them more leeway here. And do some wipeouts. 2,000 there's not anything. Bursa's flipped over to my occupation, so Hungary... Everything Hungary does now helps me out. When May comes along, I might take a bit of land from the Ottomans then. $117,000 still. So, let's send relief here. Get everybody else over to clear the path. Galley power up. Filippo Angio's doing pretty damn good. Patriotic donation. A powerful merchant wants to show gratitude. Is this more boats? New vessels for a war fleet. 3 2-deckers. Very excellent. That is some good patriotism. Now let's see, I got all this cash. What to do with all this cash? I need my Hungarians to come over this way. Where are my Hungarians so far? They're keeping things locked down in the Alpine areas and taking the fight directly there. Though they do have plenty of presence in Ottoman lands. They're making it much easier for me here. Jaffa I'm not too worried about. But let's finish this one quickly. So I can bring these guys on over to relief over here. And then more Spanish stuffs. Na 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 na. Oh man, 7% now. 2 infantry, 1 cavalry. I think it's time for the Egyptians, who now don't hate me too badly. 83%, 0.4 a month. To join us in this war effort that will expand their own prosperity here. 14,000 feudal levies, 24 men-at-arms, and 150 late cavaliers. 5,000 feudal levies. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. When the crusade began, and I saw that, oh shit, Spain too, Germany's too, not just Egypt, Tunis, maybe Ottomans, but everyone who hates me rising up against me. I was tempted, I was sorely tempted to go back maybe a year to before the start of, to before selecting the choose a crusade target in the first place. Got shit up on Discord quick. Discord caught up. We go to Churchill. We'll just bring the whole stack with. So we have protection coming off over here. Very happy noise for Palma has fallen. Enemies on the horizon. Okay, we'll have the smaller stack replenish in Egypt. Oh, they ran over the border. Alright, things are looking a whole lot more manageable now. It's being dumb again. Hold on. Everybody go out except for this. There we go. And now everybody come here. Santander, all the way in the west there. It's okay. We'll turn around and kick Spain's ass once March comes. Was it March or May? So for Tunis, current peace offer has a total peace cost of 9. Minus 6 so far. Yeah, 1st of May. So a few more months to go. We want war reparations, freed Italian slaves. That's 15. And if we wanted to take Sahel, that's 64. So, what I would have to do is start occupying over there if I really wanted that. War reparations aren't even a big deal anymore. We make a whole lot of cash. So, if I were to turn off war reparations, it would only have to be 51. Legumes, olives, more olives. I'm surprised by Spain. Maybe what I could do with Spain is take more of the coast, with the exception of a couple pieces of land there. 25 so far in the piece. 54. Basically what I would want is to work towards getting a road here, and then we could put a governor in Tunis. $32, $40, minus 111. But I think I would want to get more through these mountains here to help my own proximity. If I could put a governor around here, then it would get over these mountains and flow in through here. It'd be so much better. Oh, nobles are under. Let's drop their tax a little. I squeezed as much as I could out of them. Let's give them a bit of a break. And because I got nothing else to spend on prestige, what if I just go ahead? And I don't think it actually matters for much of anything. but improve how we see other cultures, Neapolitan view of Catalan countries. It's not our view of those people, it's our view of those countries. So we could improve our view of Tunisian. We like Tunisians, we've been together for so long. Other ends of the battlefield, basically sports teams. I definitely can't make them accept it, though it's way too expensive. We could make them kindred. And we'll look more kindly on Tunisians. We could look kinder on the Greeks. We could also make Greek more accepted for us. How much to make Greek accepted? Because if we make Greek accepted, then all this could be manpower locations. $1.72 up from 0.57. So definitely cannot be done. Provençal to accept is only a little bit, an extra 0.4. Let me see. Because it says current and then says if accepted. And I'm pretty sure that it just gives me the difference between the two and doesn't add the additional cost on top, so I want to see if that assumption is correct. But it could also be because of the size of them. And if I make them too big, maybe won't have the capacity, I don't know. So let's see. My expectation is it rises by 0.4. But there's barely any Provençal, so it's not really worth it anyway. So currently 0.29. If I accept them... Oh, they're too small anyway, so I can't test it out on them regardless. Tuscan, we could remove for 1 stability. There's not a whole lot of them anyway. But 1 stability for 0.05, I don't care. Some Hungarians coming this way to fight. Well, if they want to help out. Then I guess we'll let them. And the rest of us will come up here. Egypt? Valenza? Egypt was here? Well, I was delayed, and so I couldn't grab them. I guess we're doing Liberation there next. They got a commander there, we don't. And so they keep running. Alright, peasants, go on home. I like the shovel. Where's that disband button? Detach levies, detach mercenaries. Do they move the destroy army button? Where's that angry red shield? Where'd they put the angry red shield? Hold up. Collapse. Is there no disband button here anymore? Right click disband then? Huh. I don't see it in the window at all. Huh. Go fig. Arrive in Karak. They want to go to Quds instead. So wait right between. Nevada integration finished. And still got 66% support in the Senato. Where's my government? Hold on. Government. We could do more assimilation. Or more integration, I mean. There's a few spots that aren't fully integrated yet. Let's go Macedonia, Thrace. Get some cores where we got those tolerated peoples, maybe. Does core require tolerance or full acceptance? Wiki to the rescue. Integration status. Represents how well a location is incorporated to the administrative apparatus of its owner. Every owned location falls into one of 4 different statuses. Conquered locations can be integrated by the Integrate Province Cabinet action. Now the integration speed depends on number and culture of the population. Reaching a core status requires 50% or more population of primary and accepted. So tolerated would only make it an integrated area. Max control. Minus 10 pop assimilation speed, plus 10% separatism. A core area is a place where only primary and accepted pops can grow. 20% more max control, 0.1% monthly control, owner gets vision even if it's occupied. So, conquered areas get 50% separatism, integrated areas have 10% separatism, and it seems I cannot put local governors in places that have any separatism. So would that imply it has to be a core then? But that can't be right. Because we had local governors out in uncored areas. We have cores all throughout Italy, the Catalans, parts of Spain, and we were able to build in Granada. But I guess separatism was low enough for it. 15th of March. Gonna take a while to march into there. Alright. How much to fully rebuild my dudes? 64,000? Manpower's not the hottest right now. Game speed isn't the hottest right now. Sometimes the game tends to run a little bit slow. But ever since the update, lots of people have been struggling a little bit more with the performance. Which is why, for me, my ideal strategy game would be ugly. I want an uglier strategy game. So you could fit more stuff into it. Where's my boats? Are over here. If it were up to me, there'd be as little graphical complexity. Basically as much as you can get away with cutting before it turns into a text game. Make it super ugly to fit so much more complexity, because the complexity is already bound to take so much resource. I think I could trust my 100,000 here. Let's put the 78,000 to our western struggles. Almost done Mallorca coast. Then put all these guys in before they break even further. And all those fresh prisoners we got. Royal Mortar. It's a shame you can't steal cannon. You can hire them as mercenaries, but I can't just steal the hardware. Palma is considered. No, I guess Ciutadella? Town? Which one of these are provincial capital? Location. Palma is a provincial capital, so holding Palma should make the rest flip over. Okay, but it's April now. Oh, look at that. The Hungarians are going for the parts I want. They're gonna make Sahel a little bit less prosperous so I could take it on the cheap. How's Tunis's army looking right? 15,000 only. Morocco hasn't fought us too much. They've mostly been supportive of everybody else. So they still have some guys maintaining. Spain. We've mostly been fighting their levies, haven't we? They still have all of their regulars. Where are their regulars? They got two armies here. Infantry of the levy variety. They got some regulars there. I can't imagine their one stack of regular is 31,000 infantry. They split them up. Or maybe they have their own colonial struggles, and they've sent their actual armies down to the Congo or something. Say hi to the Pope. That's him now. Pope and his colony. Okay, so it was a little bit touch and go at the start, but between Hungary handling the Central European participants, putting the pressure down on the Ottomans, helping us out over in Tunis now, and Egypt already getting their ass kicked, this war is going to be a complete non-issue. So I wonder why yesterday the sieges seemed to be one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. Now that I have more time to observe it, I think what it's doing is not just going off the morale. Because I'm pretty sure how it worked before is basically you assaulted for as much morale as he had, and when you hit about halfway or below, then the assault stops until you rebuild your morale. I think now it's going off the siege progress. So I think I'm consuming my siege progress bar. So the longer I spend to prepare my siege, then the more leeway I have for assault, I think. That's what it feels like. I'm going off the feel so far. Okay. I'm wary of their fleets, so we'll bring these guys to help. Bring him just a little bit forward at a time. And then minus inflation. $1.27 is okay. So I'll put as much minting to stay in green, and that's it. Still 101,000 monies. If it wasn't for my horrendous pop promotion speed, I just gotta put more buildings everywhere. Excuse me. I could put more bailiffs in Spain. Less peasant enfranchisement, but more max control. Max control only, so gotta work its way up. More regimental camps. Any more that I can make throughout the world? Finally hitting the cap for some of these other ones. Building more in terms of 20s and 10s when I need thousands of manpower to produce. You know, with all these soldiers that I'm making, because all of these regimental grounds and barracks need soldiers to run them, I'm gonna have such a strong soldier class after this. They do count for the commoners though. 1.6 million soldiers. Alright, so it's not a big difference. But it definitely helps making Catalan accepted. So if we had the time to turn all of Spain into Catalan, we could make the Catalan people our primary soldiers. That'd be a lot of land over here, so if we did it earlier on, we could... Wouldn't that be funny, destroying all of our barracks and regimental grounds in Italy, and just having the Spaniards be the entirety of the manpower? So what else to make? If we go by what's profitable, more lacquerware, lacquerware forever, printing manufactories. Let's see. Sort by profit, sort by income, +3. Granada doesn't have any lacquerware yet? Granada not making lacquerware. Oran is under siege. Why let a little something like that get in the way of the economy? They don't want to work. That's what's going on here. Nobody wants to work. They want to sit on their computers, play video games in front of a camera, and talk to themselves. Under siege. Getting some deficit of burgers in plenty of places, that's alright. They'll eventually get their people back in there. Not to mention, we still have so many peasants. So many peasants. That is a lot of promotion they're not doing. Let's see, 65,000. What else could I make? Counting house is local crown power. I could put counting houses everywhere. I've already got counting houses everywhere they can be. Not a single place more? Oh, there we go, there we go. One more counting house. Theaters for -2% unrest. Minting offices, local crown power, and max control. And max control. There's lots of places that don't have the minting office. Let's see. How's my control looking places? So, any place I can build that would be a good build. It'll make my prosperous places in Italy better. It'll wrest some control from the Spaniards until I could put a better located local governor. It must have been the rise of separatism that kicked out of Granada, because Granada didn't get conquered by anything. And I know I put one there, and now it is gone. Only thing is, where's the price? 1,800. Okay. It's also worth noting that one big contributor to some of the low control is that we are playing on 1.1.0 before the weekend hotfix. And so the nerf to the minor uprisings that simply give 10 years of -2 prosperity every month, -0.5% control every month. Unless they change their minds, I'm pretty sure it's getting knocked down to like 25% of the penalty in less time too. And so, we don't have that benefit. We're getting the maximum punishment. Why aren't these tipping over? No matter. Once again. It's neat that they made it where if you try to embark and there's not enough boat, that'll just take a sliver of your army. The trouble is, it's doing that when I got more than enough boat here. It's prioritizing the smallest boat first, and not the largest one. These guys are wanting a fight. Come on, get everybody else in here. How's my other boats looking? They got caught. Hikma one. Okay. Trouble is, these big stacks of heavies are so slow. So if I want them all to participate, I gotta kind of take my time here to make sure everybody's following. But the coast should be relatively clear now. Let's bring that to Hammamet. And we'll work on getting more war score against Tunis. They wanna. You know they want it. Is that just 5 heavies? 5? Oh. They're overinflated. 5 heavies, 31 transports, and 3 galleys. Is that the both of them? No, this guy's got actual light ships and 4 heavies. Okay, coast looking clear so far here. They got 7 boats, but they're not using them. Okay, so does it expand that? Expand that, I mean. But it's not going off the current morale of the army either. Out of the way, out of the way. Try to push my button here. So, 36,000. 110 days of siege, and they're only at minus 42% progress. I got myself some good forts now. Let's go keep the pressure on their capital. Focus on Tunis. Oh! Oh! How many they got? 9 heavies and 6 light ships. We got this. We'll do delayed tactics until everybody else catches up. We're all going the same way, right? We're not taking funky different routes? Okay. Italy lost because it was 5 transports first. Still coming over. $48K. I've been busy. Alright. Okay. It's gonna take so much more. 31,000 for reinforcing. All we gotta do is kick their pants, get them out of there. Ten guys. And then where are you going, little boy? Baalbek? No, Riven Saida. Okay. Nawa could go to Saida? No, Nawa goes to Safad. And that's everybody caught up. And then everybody en route. Alright. Let's go repair these guys for a bit. And then rely on a fresh stack of 79s to do more anti-tuna stuff. And as we pull more and more guys out of the fight, then the total number of participants will be bleeding out from this war. And the cost for things for Egypt will start going down too. Sometimes when other powers join the war, it's not so much, oh no, France and Bohemia against me. That's a lot to fight against. Sometimes it's easy to fight against them. But having the combined prosperity of both makes everything else so much more expensive. It just drags things out. So, the peace offers a lot, I'll just have to do a whole lot more to earn it. If we don't do Sahel, then minus 14 still, just for a cost of 6. So we still have to bully them for a little bit more, have to bully them some more. Though we might as well make this cheaper. And then add it to the cost. And then I think we'll turn on Spain. But how's Ottomans looking? They tried to occupy us, we kicked their asses. They'll accept a white peace already. What if I want to make them bleed? What if I want to take the rest of this? 77's a lot to ask for, so minus 42. Mostly I just want them out of the way. I've already castrated the Ottomans, so the most they can do against me is simply be a side annoyance when I go to war with Egypt, and then Ottomans decide they want to jump in on that. They're basically the Tunis of the East. Nothing difficult on their own, but they want to jump in. So what if? War reparations? Oh, not enough? We've only got 8 war score against the Ottomans. What about all those occupations that the Hungarians have been giving? They've been turning those occupations my way, so it counts as my war score against them. Who are you working with? First army of who? Takatinids? A fiefdom of Hungary? Subject loyalty 71.4%. Hungary? You have it easy. You don't have a big family, Hungary. You got 4 subjects and that's it. You got it so easy. You don't know what it's like juggling 18 children. 18 children, and they're teenagers now, so nobody thinks they're cool anymore. Daddy's not Gaspé's little hero anymore. Well, at this point of the war, it's gone on for a year, so all I gotta do is start picking off Tunis, pick off Spain, start taking some side truces with them. Maybe just get a bit of extra cash for more reparations. If I could be bothered, maybe take some land from them. And then whittle down Egypt's participants and then take as much as I want from them afterwards. But first, let me quickly grab the bathroom. And then when I come back, we'll bring this to a conclusion. It's 2 o'clock already. And I got movie at 5. So, I guess the rest of the stream when I come back is going to be doing what I gotta do to bring this war to conclusion. Although, I suppose if all I wanted to do was paint in more of the map my color, and get more coastline, whatever else, it's probably better to get less valuable land, isn't it? Because less valuable land is so much cheaper. So, Fourth Crusade against Egypt, Tunis, if we weren't to ask for Sahel, 6 war score cost, but instead took all the stuff down here. 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, Tripolitania is also pretty costly. But that's a bit more green to get to 52, yeah? $58. Whereas Sahel alone is 54. So, if the primary motivation is to have more color, my color, what if we go this way first? 41, 42. Could I add Tripolitania to the mix without it being too expensive? 78 is a whole lot, that's a whole war in and of itself. Well, look at how pretty that would look in my color. Yeah? Yeah? Maybe the next time. There's still like, what, 90 years left to go? 90 years is a lot of time. We'll weaken Spain, weaken Egypt a bit more. We could probably hold off on asking too much from the Mamluks. That way we still have the option for 18 or even 19th century crusades. Just asking for this would give us 31. So let's see. Jaffa, Quds, Nablus, Akka's over here, Safad. I'm trying to think. If I don't take all of it, then I could still do Crusade for it, right? Right? What if I just cut it out of the calculation? Maybe. Because Philistine goes as high as here and here. What if I simply don't? What if I allow them to have Quds and the northern bits? And so when it is time to do war again, we could station here, blitz Quds, go for Safad and then take their capital, Akka then their capital, Lebanon, because I'm kind of keen on just taking more of Egypt from them too. That's a primary thing, getting more Nile, getting more Red Sea coast. We could take a little more from them here too. 23. Or if we do it by way of going through Mamluks instead of through Tunis, what if I added Sahel to this wish list? 69. There's no cheating it that way. We do it individually with them. More now. Rebuilding these guys. Got boats coming up pretty soon. And they're trying to run away to Saida. They think I don't notice. And there they go. And there's my guys now. What happened to the Hungarians? I thought they were taking things over here for me. Did they get bullied? There's plenty of boats, but I don't see enemy armies. Saida successful. What level are you, Fort? Level 4 Fort? Okay. I think we just hang out here then. Slowly siege down on that. And if I see more Mamluk armies hover around, smack them. What the Morocco fleet's doing? Tunisian fleets trying to act hard. Enslave Pops and Potes. What? Oh, I see. The Spanish occupation flipped to Egyptian occupation. Chillin' chum, hello! 5-stream streak, fantastic. Getting yourselves an extra charge of channel points. So successful. The morale is getting a bit low. I might have to actually occupy it the normal way. The slow way. Am I in the wrong place over? I see castle. So what do you mean 100%? Is this such a low-level castle? Fort level none. It's another fort level 0 fort. I have to wonder if this is just a bug that happens once in a while, or if this is a consequence of having a launch game campaign patchworked over and over and over and something slipped between the cracks. You found out you're medically eligible for disability. Challengeshum, congratulations! Now just a financial eligibility? Submit some documents? Congratulations. I brought it up before when the topic came up. But every time I talk to veteran folks around here, there's like, you're not service connected? You have no disability? We could hook you up. What do you want? Do you have PTSD? No PTSD? Do you have respiratory? You have no respiratory? Is there anything we can give you? So, I understand the appeal. So congratulations to you for actually having it. Congratulations for having it sounds awful, but I mean, if you're gonna get paid for it, then congrats on getting paid for it. More prisoners to eliminate. Hunters, hussars, royal mortars, and wagon trains. I mean, you say not yet technically, but only in the sense that it just needs paperwork submitted, right? That's something. We can't order the assault because they have no fort. But they have a garrison, because there's an actual fort. Oh, I thought I was highlighting all those guys. What have we got here? Bastion versus Bastion. So gotta be the same way either way. But since we have an extra occupation and an ongoing siege, release all Italian slaves. So 6 we can do. 22, 13, 7, 14, 23. So it's getting there. What if we add Kabisa to it? Sieges will make these a lot cheaper too. 74. +4 if I go for Kabisa instead of Sahel. And if I add Al Ghifara to it, $42 more I gotta do. $57. So Al Ghifara is too prosperous for what little war score I have going on here. Al Kabisa. Kabisa would give us a little bit more. Or, yeah. And it's bigger land than we would have got to with Sahel. So, get a bit more of an armpit. I'm gonna keep going though. There were other forts over here. I don't see any forts. So what if we send this guy on over this way first? Maybe that's why they sent a whole bunch of boats going this way. I see these guys over here, but they got nothing to defend with. Okay. Let's head down here. Kabis has no fort. Agam has no fort. Oh, it looks like Kabis is protected by Kabili here. So City 1, City 2, then sit on the fort. I think is a pretty good plan if I want to maximize some war score here. Make some cities a little bit less valuable for them. Game, don't stutter. Don't blow up my computer game. We've dropped to number 2 great power. We were number 1 for a while, 2442. Who's number 1? Great Wu again. 3,000! They found their big boy pants! They probably took over one of their rivals and got a whole lot more population. Valencia's fallen? Really? Hold that thought. They had a bunch of nobodies there. We could solve that easy. In fact, we could solve this one easy too. It's so rare that I've been to use levies for me that I keep forgetting where the button is now. 300, 1,000. Get some 5,000s in here, 2,000. $800 something, sure, I'll take them. 900s. Another city over there to take. Now Tunis. Now that we have a little bit less valuable stuff in Sahel. Oh, right, this is for Egypt overall. Tunis alone. Seize land. We got +4 so far. -32. I'm sure can make this work. They just don't know how unattractive their land is yet. We'll get some more occupations in. If you're doing fine financially, wouldn't need it to apply, so yeah, indeed, yeah. So it's good news overall, Chillin' Chum. Could afford a chair that doesn't sync with that. How's the Mamluk army looking? 55,000 remain? It's basically a done deal. This is just buffet time now. First to focus on Tunis. Now let's do some liberation around here. Get these guys over first. And that is a lot of Moroccan boats coming over. What type of boats are you? Light ships, light ships, light ships? They're building to fleet is what they're doing. That's what all these are coming around for then. Yeah, they're all coming there. 9 light, or 9 heavies, 14 lights. We're gonna have to add release Italian slaves to the treaties. State bank, state bank, state bank. And release Italian slaves. Shut down Contour, Hanseatic Contours. There. Only 25, but right now, with these occupations, they think they're hot shit, but they aren't. These guys are lucky we're too nice to practice slavery. $900 dudes. And there's no liberation going on around here. Cool. Diplomatic hegemon. Moroccan patriots. That's gonna flip right on back over once Kabili shows up. Milos. Oh, I forgot about those minor stuff over there. They've been going on for so long. And at such low negatives. That I kinda took them for granted. So Egypt is still willing to say yes. With all this stuff we got going on here right now. But right now I care about Tunis. And Tunis is giving me a -8. I could work with a -8. We could turn that -8 around so quickly right now. Though I think I don't really care to fight Morocco. I could get a bit of extra land here if I chose to actually fight Maghreb, but I don't. Medina. Even a white piece right now is you haven't done enough. But if I were to offer white peace instead of demand white peace, oh, still nothing. What if I give, war reparations? No. Fleet basing rights I don't care about. Military access? No, go away. I was doing a thing. Military access, food access, fleet basing rights, they don't care, they don't care, they don't care. Where's sound toll exemptions? I could give them sound toll exemptions. Maps, 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 maps. Give them land. Humiliate. They don't care about sound toll exemptions at all. Will they take prestige? We'll be happy to take prestige. Okay. Morocco's not a big deal. Libertas Ecclesiae. Is Imperial Authority modifier. Ooh. Only for Bohemia's benefit and Bohemia's benefit alone. Whole lot more Tunisian boats coming through. Only transports though, with a very small entourage of heavies. Crown power 50% up. Come on, 33 guys. You can kill 33 guys. So how now, Tunis? That's a bit more land occupied at an ongoing siege. And ongoing sieges, for whatever reason, tend to weigh more than current occupation. -99? What do you mean -99? It went from -8 to -99. What are you talking about even? current war enthusiasm is gonna be like maximized out because of this ongoing fight. If there's a fight going on, then their own enthusiasm raises. We could help them out here. Let's let me drop my transport troops first, my transport fleet. Battle of Valencia. Oh, they brought their big boys over too. Fine by me. It was all levies anyway. Anything going on over here? Nothing going on over here. Now, Tunis, if there isn't any ongoing fight. -5. Ah, it's always something. Take a town, hold that down, and maybe they'll behave. Who have we got here? Galleas? Nothing but Galleas. Can't delete them yet. No mass delete. You did your job, levies. You broke an occupation in Valencia, and then had their main stack fall down on you. And hey, we found their regulars. It's been a year and a half of war, and they've only now shown up. There, we kicked their asses. No ongoing fight, though they do have this going on. But that's only out there. That's not going to... It's gonna flip right back over once Constantina's... Since Constantina has his own control over there. +1. Okay. Gets me... some nice, contiguous land on the hump of Tunis. Get that shapely badonkadonk in here. Italian slaves released because I'm nice. $165,000 Italians lost. Alright. Now let's go focus on those Spaniards. Though since nobody's coming to liberate around here, where's my boats? My boats? Did I send all of my boats over? No, that's right, I did, because we sent the other stack on over, so we have... Transport group over here. And transport group over here. Oh well. Once we finish up with Spain, we could see about liberation here then. Ottomans, have you been pummeled enough? Right now, you're mostly a bother. Currently 9 versus Ottomans instead of 10. They're just a bother. It doesn't matter any. Integration of Thrace is almost done. Culturally, these guys are all Tunis, and we tolerate the Tunisians. So, they better not act up on me. That's all their regulars here. So we'll focus. They're both looking pretty rough right now. We'll work on this one first. Then consolidate them. Pick off their main stack. And then see who I might want to take from them. I think that Seville is looking pretty attractive. Take Seville from them. Cover in some of this gap. Get more revolting Spaniards. They also have a lot more boats here. 31 heavies. Where's the rest of my guys? 166. Alright. The Spaniards want to rule the seas, so I gotta be worried about them. And their navies keep dancing in and out. You know what? Because they're right here anyway. Let's just send everybody up here. Oh, they got caught. Egypt. No commander on our side? Where'd you guys sneak in from? Set them around. We'll send this stack up to Valencia. We'll hold off there. And they better not get any ideas. Italy somehow won. And now they're getting caught over here. But at least Hungary's got their army. Or their fleet. So we'll just send one support. And this guy can come over this way just in case those 30 and this 30 want to move. They'd be foolish not to. Only 58,000 against 65. But it's my home turf here, so... our complete lack of manpower should replenish them to more impressive sums. They got some levies to help them out here. 53,000 infantry alone, 4,600 cannon. Alright. If we sit here, maybe they won't touch us. General Second Army, while Captain Seda. And now that we have combined groups, we'll send the 78,000 in first. And if morale starts to slip, we'll send in the other one. $41,000 slaughtered. We'll poke this guy. No art worth patronizing. We're known for being a patron of the arts, so at the moment the artists we patronize are not producing good art. Yeah, I know. They just don't. We've been getting nothing but AI artists. They got like 2 artistic talent, 9 artistic talent at most. They want to get paid, but they don't want to work on the actual skills it needs. We'll wait till the month ticks. There. Put 13 manpower towards replenishing them both. Now let's get these navies for this blockade. Well, I guess we could stop on Lorca instead. And just have these guys run defense. Negative and negative. Oh. I moved everybody but this. Come on. Alright, all of you boats come back out. You're not getting paid to sit around here. Now, let's see Spain. Minus 166. What am I at for just for this? They got lots of war enthusiasm. Peace offers asking for a lot. Progressing siege is only minus 10. So what if we don't take land from you along the Mediterranean coast? But it's still minus 84. If we turn war reparations off, minus 74. Spain is too uppity. Because we've been ignoring them for too long this war. And they don't realize that they've already lost. Fort level none on Seville. You know what that means, right? It's basically a town right now. Colomar, probably gonna come up this way. Bastion, Bastion, Bastion. Let's hit up Toledo. And then get what's between 2 forts. So not Toledo yet. That's smart, putting it between 2 forts. Oh. Once again, the AI gets special rules. They could lose a fight, and then just start sieging down the next place over, as soon as they touch down. Eh. Well, let's go ahead and move One of my transport boats is here. Let's get all these guys on over then. So I can start clearing stuff up around here. Where's my Hungarians? 6,000, 46,000. They're using this as a vacation, basically. They got 38,000 soldiers left. 5,000 here. Where are they going? Are they marching towards the Mediterranean? They trying to go on a holiday? That current morale. So it's not this current morale. I think it's this current morale it's building off of. The average morale of the besieger. Yeah, see, that fills in. Now where'd they go? You're going all the way to Castellan de Pana. They're really choosing some odd choices. Oh, now they've got fort... It was fort level 0 before. It finally popped up to fort level 4. But only 50 defenders. There. How they gonna feel now that their capital is mine? Well, Spain... 42 or 49 for nothing, so they're willing to white peace. They're not willing to give me their capital. So what about just give me some extra coast? No? Minus 24? Only minus 35. Minus 35 isn't too bad, I can work with this. And then Morocco, we've barely done anything with. But if I take more around here, I'm basically just opening myself up to more trouble. When Tunis attacks this way, Morocco attacks this way. Eh. Okay, we know how this works. Every other boat goes out. Transport boat stays. Now, let's move folks around here. 21%. We'll liberate you first, liberate here. Maybe bully on the Ottomans a little bit more. Southern Bavarian Patriots. And they're not going anywhere. They're just gonna sit, because these guys knew that they were going to die. These are professional soldiers, they've been trained, they had the strength of numbers and the advantage of skill, and they were butchered, and so they knew if we're gonna hunt them all down to the man, they weren't gonna die here on the interior, here on the border. They're gonna march all the way down to the coast, steal one resort town for themselves, and then wait for the sweet release of death while drinking mayonnaise. What do you mean? Higher morale. It's all down to the morale. Man. And they're already locked in. They're fighting for that vacation. Where's my guys? Oh. It has them floating out at sea. Thank you, Paradox UI. Okay, you guys swimming in the... Where'd they go? Where'd they go? There they are. You guys swimming in the ocean. Teleport to a boat over here. So maybe we'll get lucky. Oh! Oh! Hold on, Battle Carpathos. They completely desynced of where they actually are. Which again, is why my ideal strategy game will be ugly as sin. You don't gotta worry about graphical glitches if there's not too many graphics to worry about in the first place. Milos is currently occupied. I know Mamluk's coming for revenge here. They're basically completely neutered. Oh, they got us broken! No, look at that. 1067, it can't be done. My mistake was marching for too long. I should have stopped, waited for a couple of days to catch their breath, and then go on the march. Love Windows blocking everything. So we outnumber them, but we are licking our wounds. More prisoners? Slaughter them. They can't leave Milos, so we'll just have them sit there. 30,000. Armies of Medina. Maybe now and now alone it's worth putting a general on here. Sasarichi? Distant ancestor of the actress? Okay. All they gotta do. They're gonna win in Pensacola. They're gonna rebuild their morale. How's the balance? I also didn't take a look at the balance. 16, 15, 15. Okay. So the balance is not the problem at all. some boats, but they aren't going anywhere. Gained Decor, Montalban. Cool. Successfully spreading our Catalans around. More prisoners. Delete them. Osuna. Take the. Oh no, there's too many castles around here. Or I'll take you. Then take the next one down. Then occupy on that, and then all the zones of control here. We'll flip this back over. Palma del Rio and Cordoba next to each other. That loop then. Castle. Shape. Shape on a castle. Castle. Shape. Now we outnumber them almost 4-1. This time with max morale. Even with superior numbers, half morale is pretty suicidal for anybody. Liberated. I'm surprised. Mamluks don't have any ambition to liberate their capital land, the war target, take a bit more of undefeated Egypt. They got 44,000 guys, what's the holdup? 24,000 regular infantry, 12,000 artillery, and they have no other wars. I'm it. Invite foreign cleric, not important. And more prisoners to eliminate. So, if we're only one away for the Ottomans. I guess we could sit on them a little bit more. They got plenty of castles to make it somewhat easy to siege down on them. Level 2, level 4, level 4. They got a few level 2s around, and the interior is undefended. Bastion. Gotta do the chore of doing it like that, otherwise my army will try to embark the smallest ship we got there. I don't know why either. Bastion, Bastion. Okay. What's quicker? Here to there? Plus there are... Well, that's not undefended, but this one is. We'll go Beauty Seek, knock out this too, and then start doing a tour around their undefended parts. $37,000. It's a good thing that after this, I won't be able to win the external wars with... How many rebels do we have queued up now? People, rebels... Sorting by progress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 at 100% already. Lower Egyptians are getting higher up again, but they're only at 0.42. And there's also only 6,000 of them. It says civil war, but it might just end up being a minor revolt. But I trust it, because we had a one-location civil war in San Vicente de Barquera. So maybe it actually will be a 15-location, 6,000 pop civil war. How much longer do I have until Cabinet Seat +1? I gotta wait for this first, December of this year, so half a year. And then another year-end change after that. So, I don't know which revolt is gonna be next, but at 0.48 it's gonna be a while. I'm thinking the next cabinet seat I get, we'll put it on... What is it? Suppressing rebels in Egypt? Because at 0.48 it could actually be suppressed. 0.48 is a new 0.01. Oh, now Hungary is getting involved. Thank you for finally deciding to help, Hungary. Since Hungary's there, there's some Egyptians, but not enough to perform any kind of resistance. Oh man, 57%. $83,000. What to do with $83,000? I could make more minting offices than I saw one pop up. Max control, local crown power. Eh. Being completely inefficient and building wherever I can and not just in high population areas. But I got the money to splurge, so might as well. What if I make so many minting offices that I end up running out of my supply of gold? We got a couple of mines for gold and silver, and we have shifted our laws to exports banned for gold and silver. Julius qui se pro divini. The soldiers of Christ must once again spill their blood upon the shores of the Holy Land. Hey, we get to revive the Crusades again. Isn't that great, Mamluks? Be good to keep the crusade train rolling, Mamluks. I'll say yes to that. This is the only chance I get to do external wars, with over a dozen revolts, over 95% progress. Let's put them once. Poland. I already said yes. We complied because we were already voting that way. We got 12 favors owed to Poland, 8 with Hungary. So, the next time that we have 10 years once this finishes to pull a crusade against the Mamluks again. 4 or 5 years after this war finishes, truce would expire, so we'll be able to rocket this cycle. And if Poland and Hungary want to say no, I can't, our manpower is too low, the border's too far away, we'll have favor enough to force them both in. And that'll be plenty of time to rebuild my poor, suffering manpower. Yes. Hey, Spain. But it has been a few fights. 39 now. Minus. Plus 11. Alright, so I could take this from them. What about internally? You don't care about Sevilla, do you? 32, 96? 53 to 96. So what about... I could take Cordoba, Toledo. $168, so no. All of Cordoba wouldn't be good. Toledo. The Holy Toledo. 98? Nah. Okay, we'll just take more Spanish lands then. Well, hold on, this is with Egypt. I'm looking at the wrong parts. So this is 39, when already asking for all this. Spain alone. We only have 9 war score versus Spain. All that fighting, but the other participants only care about land occupation is why. Which is why we're bumming around the Ottomans too. Though I guess... Let me see. If I have enough going on with Egypt to say, give me all this, and then these lands from your allies, I could unite all the way across here. That's only 74, it's only a minus 10. And if we get capitals here, land, that's road network entirely to Tunis if I wanted to put the local governor here instead of someplace in Spain. But I think that would be unnecessary. There's a lot of mustardy yellow on the coast right now, and that's because the proximity for naval and ports or whatever was poorly calculated, incorrectly calculated, I should say. And part of the hotfix, I'm pretty sure. is that they plan to fix the proximity by sea. And for us, with naval as high as it is in all of our naval infrastructure, all the yellow along the coast should look a whole lot better following the hotfix. So what I should do is pick someplace internal for the local governor. And so with mountains here, mountains there, ideally I would put it somewhere around here, but I can't in the cities or in the towns that we can elevate, because separatism is too high and you cannot elevate towns to cities in towns that have separatism. I can make one more local governor. We had it in Granada before. And it's all right here, but the trouble is these mountains. Radiating proximity doesn't radiate so much with these in the way. So out here would be best. But they dislike me too much. Population is 3,000 too low in Ciudad Real. Alcaraz. There's separatism in the location, so I can't elevate it. Separatism. So let's see. Let's say I don't care about this at all, right? But accept white peace. What about... Though even if I say take Toledo and then radiate proximity from here, it'll be recently conquered, but it'll be a city. It doesn't need to have no separatism to put a local governor. It needs no separatism to elevate it from a town to a city. And so if I take one of their cities, then that's all their problem solved. From Cordoba, we could radiate down to Malaga, Granada, Jaén, and a little bit more this way to Western La Mancha, weaving between these, through these valleys. From Toledo, we could radiate out this way, so that'd be okay. Toledo would be alright. $13.87 once I touch Cordoba though. What if I just take Toledo? 19. They're okay with just taking Toledo. Plus 2. Minus 1. I think this might be alright then. And if we occupy a few more towns, then that'll be enough war score to get up anyway. So that one is already happening. Palma del Rio and 2 ongoing sieges, Spain. What do you say? This gonna change our calculation? Plus 3? Plus 3 enough to maybe take some more wheat lands to support what we've taken? Plus 2. How do you feel about the livestock? Oh, they care for the livestock a whole lot more. Madrid? Minus 36. Okay. That's a city to put local governor, so we could radiate more proximity out to here. And this was Spain alone. Seize lands. Though none down here. That's okay. as nice as it would be to unite more of Western Mediterranean, I want to get proximity higher and thus maximum control higher. Not that it matters, because the minor uprisings we keep getting have... Is it stacking the minus 0.5 control per month that every place is getting? Though at the very least we could do increase area control. That gives an extra 0.5 a month. And can help pull things up towards their new maximum. So Spain, give me what I want. $200,000 killed on both sides. But we got the Holy City. No building? What do you mean no building? I can't put the local governor on that building? Road connected to capital does not exist right now. All these roads, and somehow... That's a road? That's a road going from there to there? A road connecting to our capital doesn't... Yeah, the line goes. Line goes over, it goes through. It keeps on going through, yeah, it all connects, They actually put different colors to the line. Somebody's been watching my VODs. They haven't, but it's funny to think. So, where's our legend, so we could see what the different colored lines mean? So because we have modern roads in Napoli, I'm going to assume that this... How'd you call this? Pink, salmon, neon kind of color is a modern one. We got so many different tiers going along here. It wants to put the road through there. What if we just connect these two, and then they'll both be pink? And now it's part of the same network? Kuwaite? Yeah? We got the same pinks touching along? Ah, right. I forgot about Egypt. Egypt! How could I neglect you? Because I don't really need anything from Ottomans right now. They will let us take a little bit more off of Morocco here. Let's see. Release all Italian slaves. Peruzzi, Bardi, and Medici become state banks. We could revoke their cores in Alexandria. I should be revoking their cores too. Maybe that's why they're joining Lower Egypt revolts each time, because they do have cores here still. War reparations to Italy. Plus 10%. And then give me a whole lot of cash. Let's go with that. Give me more land from Morocco. Give me more land in Egypt and the Red Sea coast. We'll only take half of Philistine, so that we can still take advantage of crusades to take Philistine. And then release my slaves, pay war reparations, give me a whole lot of money. I like that. Do it, do it, do it. And we finally have proper state banks. The last time I picked up Peruzzi was as a vassal, and they hated me so much that I couldn't elevate them to state bank. But now, we got 3 state banks now. Increased diplomatic reputation, the Overlord gets reduced bank interest and can siphon half the state bank's treasury with siphon income country interaction. Needs 2.1 diplomatic capacity to maintain the relation though. And so that's 6.3. How's my current diplomatic capacity? Not my total diplomats. Diplomatic capacity. Oh, 10.82. Colonial nations. State banks. So I got plenty of diplomatic capacity to go. Very nice. Fool that I am. I should have waited for the 1st of next month. Because the 1st of next month would have given me a whole entire month before the next one of these pops up. I chose poorly. And now I gotta rearrange all these boats. Some of these were more assault fleets, some of them were my light fleets that have security galleys and security heavies. We'll put everything on Chania to arrange them later. $121,000 to fully reinforce. Once again, I'm in the manpower trap. You see how the government button is already highlit, so I can't open it no matter how much I click. What's your... Gotta use the F1 hotkey? Oh, but it doesn't fix it. Alright, Parliament... 23 months ago. Really? That was only 2 years ago? It's trying to squeeze something out on 8 AM the 1st of October. Nothing! Nothing! I got a dozen revolts waiting to fire. Dozen of rebels waiting to fire, and not a single one popped up. The month ticked the 1st of October and we didn't get anything. It's going to. It just needs time to think is all. So let's see, Toledo. Not markets. There should be road network joining you to capital. Maybe we just had to have you tick for a bit before it registered. Local governor. So it doesn't even need the road to be finished. So, not even a year's time, half a year's time. And This mustardy stains all around here, some of the ketchup, some of the blots will look a little bit more healthy like we have over here. But now who is going to be the next rebellion that fires? December of this year, we're gonna get our... Which one's this? Efficiency of cabinet. Efficiency of cabinet rendered more useless. Oh, that's right, I completely forgot. We got the 5th Takarava Noble Civil War from 5 years ago. As long as... And nobody's got boats out here. You can tell, because Paradox forgot people exist out here. Except they have and they have not. Some of these areas have higher population than Europe starts with. But Paradox literally said, forget about it, they're unga bunga, nobody cares about them. There's no people out here boating all throughout the vast ocean to maintain commerce, do warfare, do politicking, do economy. And so we have a bunch of howlies who don't know how to build boats. And so this is eternally stalemated. And as long as this here eternally stalemates, then none of these clowns get to fire. They're doing their part to maintain the stability of the realm. Completely forgot about them. I was fully expecting somebody else to pop up on the 1st of the month. Nobody tell Johan, but the new meta is put a tiny, poorly developed, poorly invested colony somewhere, or vassal, or whatever. It could be out here for all we know, just someplace separated by islands in a game that doesn't acknowledge that people can make boats. And every time it fires for some noble revolt or whatever, just ignore it. Their rebels don't have any boats, they have no boats. The only way to fire is if you, or the only way to complete it is if you take the time to complete it. So, it's a cork. January. 2 Januaries. 2 Januaries to get one more cabinet seat. Johan's got his revenge. I don't need these things to be 100% assimilation. So... basically, in Dara and Amadre Baraswat, we're trying to turn all these disparate peoples into Tunisians because we can handle Tunisians. And so, because this is so slow, this is kind of helping out on a province by province while this works on location by location. 80% in San Pietro and Tuscia is okay. So if the objective here is to get more Neapolitans replacing the other form of Italians, so I can have more places to draw out manpower with manpower buildings, 80% is fine. Assimilate pops. Why don't we make more Catalan? Alcanese is right to 61%. We'll just slowly work out in places where they've already got a sizable minority, and turn those sizable minorities into majorities. Rumors of rebellion. Despite their lower status, our colonies are home to many bright and charismatic individuals We have now received several reports about these people meeting in so-called colonial assemblies, discussing the politics of their status as subjects, and allegedly the possibility of declaring independence without our consent. Although these are just rumors, not acting now could leave us in a weaker position later. -7 stability and 10 whole legitimacy to find a diplomatic solution. They cannot decide that. They gain liberty desire. Value from -100 to 100. Monthly decay towards 0. There's less than 100 years left in the game. And like I've said before, we've managed to extract the wealth of the world. So, the historical thing to do, right, is to be a colonial asshole, subjugate a whole bunch of people around the world, squeeze their wealth and resources, and then once we're done with them, kick them aside and say, yeah, sure, you do it your way once we have basically crippled their means to govern to enrich ourselves. So if we have to get rid of some rebellious colonies, I don't mind that. If we could survive to the end with my actual Italy. Look at that, we painted up some of the wasteland. With the country of Italy itself being held and strengthened and doesn't have to contract too much, then I'm going to count that as a win. And the valuable prize we'll have gotten is, what is it now, 3 months of data of how the game works? Updated to every single hotfix, patch, beta branch. Because this is definitely a very not efficient playthrough. Playing from launch when my primary Paradox experience is CK2, CK3, Imperator Rome. A little bit of EU4 just to know, I don't know how to play this. Learning the game, playing poorly, and figuring out, okay, now that I see what I can do, this would be better for next time. For next time. We're getting plenty of data for the next time, so just getting to the end will be fine. Havana, how would I check on your liberty desire? Subject loyalty. Because if it ticks towards 0, monthly decay towards 0, I could let them have a little bit of liberty desire for now. And if I don't fuck things up too badly, from here out, but -7 stability and 10 legitimacy is probably the easy thing. They'll probably have more difficult events later on. Let's do the diplomatic solution. -1 stability is not going to be in the world. 90 turns into 100 so easily, it's not a major drop. If I could afford to not be a jerk to them, then alright. Hostile rhetoric. One of our ambassadors made some unwise statements at a recent party. His angry and warlike denouncements of our neighbors means that we are seen as a greater threat than we actually are. Yeah, we're not. We're not dangerous to anybody's sovereignty. Why would they think that? Why would they possibly think that? Let them cower. Antagonism receive 5%, smooth it over, 10 prestige, let them cower. And while we're here, let's build some star forts. On this little alarm pit over here. Oh, it's showing the zone of control, which is pretty cool. Could put a couple. Though, isn't it that forts on the border are actually not good? The logical thing is forts on the border. But how it works, I've seen people explain, where they go, oh no, zones of controls aren't broken. You just don't know how they work. How you expect them to work is that if the fort's on the border, they can't go through it until they march into here and then take over the fort, because it's supposed to be a wall, right? You come in from here, it's a wall from going out there. You come in from here, it's a wall, so you can't go here. But how it works on borders is because a zone of control does not extend beyond the border. What happens, by design, is that the enemy army sees, oh man, there's a fort up ahead. No zone of control, no zone of control. Enter the zone of control on the fort, and then they could just walk right out. Because there's no zone of control to cross, it doesn't actually block them from going this way. So, a fort on the border is basically wide open. It's just a wide open door unless they changed something recently. But if I put one over here, then that kind of doubles the zone of control like that and like that. I'm pretty sure they've also made some changes to penalize making too many forts. But what do I know? Forts everywhere. What about more naval stuff? Now that I have a bit more coast. Naval battery, hostile disembark modifier, local maritime presence, ground shipyards, harbor capacity. Thought I saw more gray. Too rural. We got plenty down here anyway. I should also build. Let's see. We got naval battery here already. Put a star fort over here because they find these islands to be very attractive for taking over. Wharf could put a bit more harbor capacity. Just every place they could afford to. What I should also do is I got all this Red Sea now, but I don't have any maritime presence there, I bet. I gotta build myself a Red Sea fleet now. Port Authority doesn't give me what I want. Opera houses are very expensive. We are making decent money. Yeah, not gonna worry about it. Okay, one more year until I get my extra cabinet seats. Iraq Arajam Independence Movement, forget about it. It's not a bad looking Italy so far. Still not an empire though. Colonies all over the world. Kingdom that stretches from Spain to Egypt and southern Palestine. Not an empire. Only empire is apparently all the Czechs over in the Germanys. I keep forgetting the HRE still exists. It's basically Bohemia. And whatever little guys are scrambling between vassaldom to France or vassaldom to Bohemia. It has been an interesting alt history so far. Starting with the inaugural game from launch where Bohemia was way too powered and had the ability, because they quickly become HRE, to just take land from anybody under them. Gained a core in Zaragoza. The more we transform Spain to Catalan is the more cores we get. We're tilting towards spiritualist right now. 0.06 towards spiritualist. Clergy ratio is getting ahead. I think it's all the universities and Jesuit colleges and a little bit of the monasteries that we have. All require clergy. Let's see. But clergy is only a very small percent. Clerics is, in all of Italy, 0.9%. So maybe it's more of all the clergy we have. Most of them are the primary religion. I don't want to lose humanist. The same religion, air law, religious teachings, because that's the only one that actually educates soldiers, laborers, peasants. Huh. And so it's going to want to go towards spiritualist, which means all this humanist is going to shrink until we get like 6% spiritualist. Ugh. I wasn't tracking that. We're finally getting quantity, so we got better frontage now. Cheaper maintenance, more frontage, less food consumption. How to get better communal. Outward is sitting right in the middle now, so it's not going to shrink, but it's not going to grow either. If I had more stability, I could see about maybe changing one of my own reforms. Group of Sunni missionaries from Morocco come to us, want to settle down in Tidore, form a new community for themselves or their converts, gain legitimacy, or welcome them in. Minus 0.1 monthly control for more development. I'm gonna max out that legitimacy without even paying for it. Noble's got a bit more power, so I can't take their land rights away. 28.58 is basically the only one that I would want to touch up on. Royal Decree. Merely 10 crown power. And centralization is looking alright anyway. Though I guess it's kind of fitting for the country to have Royal Decree as a defining part of it. Royal Decree. But then also national assemblies to represent our very liberal country. If I had to get rid of anything, maybe it'll be fixed vassal obligations. It's 0.10 towards outward. But also these fuckers aren't going to listen to me regardless. Alright, time of peace. No fort maintenance, no army maintenance. And with those two down, let's get diplomatic spending all the way up. Still disloyal. And the annexation of Hungary. 1921, if I max out diplomatic spending. So I think I'll max it out in the final year. 2080 otherwise. How you feeling with this Pope? Only minus 18.39. Let's improve relations with the Pope. We've bullied him enough in the past. And so now the Holy See is Zepto, Eastern Atlantic High See for the Holy See. The East Atlantic Holy See. How's France looking? You still dating Bohemia? They are still dating Bohemia. And Spain. But thankfully, Spain getting involved in the crusade against Egypt, on the side of Egypt. France wanted nothing to do with that, Bohemia wanted nothing to do with that. Aligned with France and nobody else. Number 2 power, number 3 power, number 5 France. If they weren't dating Bohemia, I would want to grab cabinet member, this wedge away from them. I think it would make my country look extra pretty. But also they have a cardinal seat there. And I would want to take more of their cardinal seats. $53,000 again. Okay, let's do... Oh, you're home. I thought you were Onyx scratching at the door. I just heard... Oh, you got me chips, Mason. Pork rinds, chili lime pork rinds. And speaking of Onyx, hey Onyx. Time is at 3:44. I should wrap this down. So, let's get my Red Sea Navy first. Frigate is a light ship, right? Current light ship. Though I suppose, also, since we do have a Red Sea port now, we could launch things off from here, if we wanted to increase our maritime presence in Indonesia. And thus try to squeeze out some more trade advantage that way. That poor manpower is gonna take forever again. Okay, let me build some more manpower buildings too. Regimental camps. There's not a whole lot more I can make. These probably won't be going anywhere. And a whole lot of blue. A little bit in Sardinia. Still going? Still going. There it goes. There's your max. Barracks. Just one there. Four souls stationed to the Alpine barracks. Is that finally max here? A maximum of 27. We finally hit the barracks cap in the capital. There. That's... literal... No, there's more I can make. Could have a lot there, actually. So not anywhere close to the maximum for barracks yet. But it's getting there. There's only a few more spots out here where I can squeeze more in. Every little bit at a time to try to get more soldiers. I could also try, I know this is hard to imagine, but I could also try not depleting all of my regulars every single war. Tsushima demands extradition of Yaoto. Formal demand has arrived from Tsushima. They seek immediate extradition of Botala Yaoto, citing sedition and incitement against the colony. Rumor suggests the real purpose is to rid him swiftly in an effort to spread revolutionary sentiment. To spread revolutionary sentiment, huh? Advisors divided, some see him as an important governor, others seek to appease our colonial subjects. He's a cabinet member they want to get rid of. Cabinet member of his own colony there. 15,000 monies to extradite him. Lose 5.83 Republican tradition. Represents how strong the traditions are in a republic. That doesn't help me. Oh, they lose Republican tradition. Does Republican tradition matter for them, for our colony? They have a governor. What's their government type, though? They're a republic, so the republic tradition does matter for them. The loss of government power will scale according to influence and total ability of Botala Yaoto. So, at worst, Tsushima alone gains liberty desire. But then that means later, if there is an event that loses liberty desire, they actually can. I don't think they have any right now. But I'm not gonna spend most of my treasury right now to pull one of their cabinet members out here. Unlikely inheritor. Landed member of the nobility has died without immediate heir. Under Italian law, extant title would pass to lowly Alessio Esposito. Invest in the noble. Nobility loses estate satisfaction, 10 plutocracy, and 10 towards decentralization. Usurp it for ourselves. Shift plutocracy down to aristocracy a little bit and get a little bit more centralization. And prestige. 88 centralization we'll get. Proximity speed, speed of annexation, we get more of, the more centralization we get. If we get more centralization, could we possibly finish Hungary before the end of the game? 1088 is getting slower. It was 1088. It was 1080 with no diplomatic spending. 1918. There's a bit of wiggle room, but the wiggle room tends to put it in roughly the early 20th century, somewhere between the 1910s to 1930s. Who's hungry? Honey market? Eh. So what else do? Minting is looking great. I could try to squeeze out a little bit more. Noble tax is looking alright. Burger tax, they're finally back up to their 105 equilibrium. Though it's still gonna take them forever to get there. Commoners, of course, have no complaints. But given as it is 3:53 in the PM now, and I gotta get ready to see a movie, I'm thinking I'll call it here then. Because right now we're basically just coasting anyway, waiting for manpower to recover. We gotta split up all these boats, realign my navy, get my light fleet actually fleeting around, so maritime presence can maintain. Instead of about half a year. Well, that's just 4 months. I have 4 months until our Red Sea fleet finishes. Naval range now. There's a bit more green all around Africa. A little bit of yellow in the Indian Ocean. So if I needed to, I could start putting some fleets out here. We do have the expeditionary fleet. How many lights do we have here? 1 light ship. So it's not very good for raising maritime presence. Someday, oh, this bloated tick here is gonna be mine. It won't be till after the game, but it will be mine. But let's get that save. Napoli overwritten. And now that we survived a really minor civil war that was basically just one little location, and then very foolishly began another crusade against Egypt, and Ottoman, and Barca, and all of Egypt's guys, and Tunis, and Morocco, and Spain, and some German miners, and came out for the better of it. I think that that is enough victories for one day. 1748 right now. And so the game has until 1836. So practically what, 88 years to go? 88 years of Europa Universalis 5. Kind of exciting, bringing it to an end already. 88 years at speed 6, speed 7 is probably going to be what? Goodness, maybe a week for all we know if we get more wars popping up. But given that we have so many queued revolts going on, and queued revolts queuing up revolts or keeping other queued revolts from firing, it could end up being a smooth Age of Revolutions for all I know. It might actually end up that way where the Age of Revolutions, because we're working off a patchwork Frankenstein's monster campaign here, is actually benefiting by the new calculation for rebellion. Funny if true. But we do have our colonies now wanting independence, so maybe there will be some bumps here or there. One could hope. So, for now, let's toss you guys on over to Schubert. I was just gonna say that I think he should have finished Tony Hawk's Pro Skateboarding, whatever it was he was playing. But his title is literally Can't Stop the Glimp from Skating the Board. So I guess I'll be watching Schubert skate the board for a bit more. And then we'll be back tomorrow to We'll rush our way towards the end. Hopefully with the smoothness. Maybe with excitement. So look forward to that. Stick around for the raid. Say hi to Schubert, and I'll catch you guys later. Take care.
言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。レスラー怪獣、私が相手だと。